Welcome in on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Carlene is here. James is here. We have a busy day, guys. We have a lot going on, a lot to follow, a lot when it comes to live events, but just keeping it here local, again, a lot to follow. I don't want to waste any time. Let's get to our top headlines for this Wednesday, this hump day. Take a look at this. This is our top headlines, and we're continuing to follow that deadly stabbing on the light rail, the blue line. So coming up in about an hour at 2 o'clock, in the 2 o'clock hour, North Carolina Auditor Dave Bullock will be on the show here in person to talk to us after they made the announcement yesterday, and we brought that news to you here on Live Impact News, that the Auditor's Office will investigate Charlotte area transit system following that deadly stabbing of Irina Zaritska. So again, we'll have Dave Bullock, the state auditor, in studio at 2 o'clock. Our next headline, President Donald Trump, and again, this deadly stabbing has become a national conversation at this point. President Donald Trump posting on X, calling out that stabbing suspect. His post on X reads, the animal who so violently killed the beautiful young lady from Ukraine who came to America searching for peace and safety should be given a quick, there is no doubt, trial and only awarded the death penalty. There can be no other option. And he finishes by typing his name, President Donald J. Trump, again in this post, calling for the death penalty in this case. Again, the death of Irina Zaritska has sparked a national conversation regarding crime, regarding bail reform, regarding safety on transit, so many different things. And later, you'll see here on WCNC Plus and on WCNC Charlotte, our very own Jesse Pierre. I believe it's at 5 o'clock. Is that? I want to make sure. 5 o'clock, and we're double checking now. 5 o'clock. Jesse Pierre speaking with Mecklenburg County District Attorney Spencer Merriweather, and they're speaking about those issues that revolve around this case regarding crime, regarding mental health, all of those things surrounding this case that has sparked a conversation, not only here in this area but across the nation. Our next headline, and we just got this in about an hour ago, U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy calls out Charlotte leaders, calling them soft on crime. U.S. DOT launching an investigation into cats And so I want to read a little bit of that press release we got. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean P. Duffy today called out the, quote, soft on crime policies that allow the deranged criminal to murder Irina Zariska in cold blood. The secretary also announced that the Federal Transit Administration is launching an investigation of North Carolina's Charlotte area transit system. So CAT's facing another investigation. The investigation will review the transit agency's security spending, safety plans, and ongoing risk to operators and customers being assaulted on the system. So that's what we have for you. Again, so many things happening this morning revolving around this case. City Councilman Malcolm Graham had a press conference this morning. We also heard from those within the GOP. So Republican leaders here in Mecklenburg County, they held a news conference to address the light rail stabbing. And they held this news conference at Parkwood Light Rail Station in Charlotte, sort of echoing what Sean Duffy said in that press release. We want to take it to you now in case you missed it from earlier.
Thank you for being here today. My name is Jason Simmons, the chairman of the North Carolina Republican Party. 3 weeks ago, when we had thought about coming here to Charlotte at the primaries yesterday, we weren't convinced that anybody would come and cover our press conference. But with the horrific events of August 22nd, with the senseless death of Irina, we are saddened to have to come here today to talk about the failures, the ongoing failures of Charlotte leadership and the Democrat policies that allowed that senseless and horrific murder to occur. You're going to hear from a number of our leaders, our elected officials and candidates today, and how they will be a restorative system to making sure Charlotte no longer is plagued with the crime rates that continue to climb year over year over year. Let's be very clear. Crime is a choice, and Democrats have chosen to side with criminals. Their policies of appeasement, their weak on crime policies, their open door and revolving door policies in our criminal justice system and jails have allowed murderers back on the streets time and time again. We see it not just here in Charlotte, but we see crime gripping every one of our major cities across North Carolina, which is also a national epidemic that President Trump is attempting to tackle. We see here in Charlotte the episode that occurred on August 22nd and the senseless and monstrous act of murder that took place on Irina. Our heart breaks for her, it breaks for her family, but her death is one of 100 plus that happen every year here in Charlotte. Hers is an indicative of what happens in Charlotte when you allow crime to run rampant, when you allow crime to go unchecked, when you allow law and order to be set aside for appeasement to those criminals that perpetuate these crimes. It is time to ensure law and order and public safety are the priority of our elected officials, to ensure that our streets can be a safe place to walk, to ensure that people can move about without fear, without worrying about their own safety. As we see what took place, this is also indicative of, like I said, what's transpired across our state under the failed leadership of Roy Cooper as Attorney General and as Governor, where he perpetuated these policies through his task force that allowed over 3,500 individuals to be released, violent criminals back on the streets, the largest such in our state's history. Also supported by Josh Stein and Anita Earls as they helped champion his task force for these causes. It is time to end these movements of appeasement to criminals and to ensure that we have public safety and making sure that our folks across North Carolina and especially here on the streets of Charlotte can feel safe again. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for covering this. But again, this is one of 100 murders that will have occurred this year the year before that, and the year before that. Enough is enough. We look forward to hearing from our elected officials and candidates. Next, you'll hear from our county party chairman, Kyle Kirby, chairman of the Mecklenburg GOP. Kyle.
My name is Kyle Kirby. I am the chairman of the Mecklenburg County Republican Party. The full video of Irina Zaruska's murder has now been released. Don't look away. Don't turn your heads. Don't shut your eyes. Watch it, because she had no choice but to look evil in the face. Her final moments were moments of terror, pain, and loneliness. While no one was able to lift a hand on that car to help her, you can see the killer walking away with his knife dripping in blood in chilling indifference. It is horrific, it is excruciating, but it must be seen by the public. Because these are not isolated tragedies. This is a result of failed policies, weak leadership, and a judicial system that protects criminals instead of innocent individuals. What the Democrats call restorative justice looks like Irina Zaruska's murder. The suffering of you and your loved ones for their gain. Shame on the Mecklenburg County justice system. You failed to incarcerate an individual who had been arrested previously 14 times. Shame on the civic leadership of Charlotte. You failed to protect the very people you swore to serve. And shame on Mayor Vitaliles. You failed to offer anything other than platitudes and pandering instead of real, meaningful leadership. Irina Zaruska died because of the Democrat policies in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Woke politics that perpetuate cashless bail and refuse to prioritize public safety over appearances. But we have seen these horrific images. The knife dripping in blood, her panic, the silence of others around her. These moments sear into our minds. But let it also ignite our resolve that we must not stand by and watch the Charlotte that we love also die in silence. The time is now to end the experiment of single-party, soft-on-crime governance in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. The time is now to demand cash bail for multiple-time offenders. The time is now to treat criminals like accountable individuals and not entitled persons. So hear me now, Charlotte. On Monday, September 22nd, 30-day anniversary from the death of Irina Zaruska, at 8 p.m. at the East-West Boulevard Light Rail Station, I call on every able-bodied Charlottean and person in this city who is concerned about crime to turn out to a candlelight vigil in Irina Zaruska's honor. We will stand shoulder to shoulder, defying silence and showing the world that we will not let her death be erased by complicit media partners. I call on people from every background, every political stripe, every nationality, join us now. Help end the woke narratives and the broken leadership and the system that sacrificed this woman's life to evil. Remember, Irina Zaruska survived in Ukraine in a bomb shelter. In war-torn Ukraine, she made her way from that country to Charlotte, seeking refuge and promise, and she was given the edge of a knife. She died because of our complacency and what we have allowed to perpetuate in the Charlotte municipal and county government. Irina, I'm sorry for that. This November, wake up. Charlotte, wake up. Vote to defeat the agenda that has cost her life. Vote to restore safety, Vote to restore common sense and vote to restore accountability in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. I implore you to vote for new leaders now. Thank you.
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. That right there is a press conference from this morning. Mecklenburg County Republican leaders addressing the Charlotte light rail stabbing. Again, we wanted to play that for you in case you missed it. We're going to come back to that, but we want to take a break right now. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Carlene's here. It's about to call you Jeb. You're not Jeb. That's James.
My initials are Jeb.
That's an easy one. It's an easy mistake for me to make. James is here. Fantastic producer James is here. Let's get back now to that press conference that we were playing you earlier before we went to break. Again, this is Mecklenburg County Republican leaders addressing the Charlotte light rail stabbing from August 22nd. Again, that video, I just want to remind you, that video was released on Friday, made its rounds on social media, and has made its way throughout the national conversation. But let's get back to that press conference right now.
Chairman Abdul Ali of the 12th Congressional District, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Again, my name is Abdul Ali, and I'm the chairman of the 12th Congressional District Republican Party. What happened to Irina Zarutska is an absolute disgrace, a total failure of leadership here in Charlotte. A young woman comes to this country for the American dream only to be murdered in pursuit of that dream by a career criminal. Make no mistake, a career criminal who should have never been out on our streets. This is, ladies and gentlemen, was 100% preventable. This did not have to happen in our city. But this is what happens when you have weak, incompetent, and feckless leadership. The suspect, DeCarlos Brown, violent criminal, history of robbery with a deadly weapon, was let back on our streets. And why, you ask, was he let back on our streets? Because Mayor Vi Lyles and Teresa Stokes, an unelected magistrate, care more about their leftist ideology than they do about the safety of the people taking the light rail. Under Vi Lyles' watch, crime has exploded. Make no mistake. Hundreds of murders in our city. Make no mistake about it. And in fact, while crime is spiraling out of control, what do the Democrats want to do? They want to spend millions and billions of dollars on their pet projects. Another $3 million being proposed for another nightclub in Charlotte with your taxpayer dollars. absolutely ridiculous. And on top of that, a massive bond referendum. Thank God for Dave Bolliak coming to audit the city of Charlotte. While Vi Lyles and the justice system here in Mecklenburg are not taking action, I'll tell you who is taking action. President Trump is taking action. He's restoring law and order across this nation. He's putting the victims like Irina first. He's supporting our police, securing our borders, and keeping violent criminals where they belong, which is behind bars. Meanwhile, where's our congressional representative? Where's Alma Adams at in all of this? She's silent. She didn't say a word about this until Donald Trump said it first. And why didn't she say a word about it? Because she cares more about retaining what she calls her seat than she does about protecting the people of this district. And my message to Alma Adams is that seat doesn't belong to you, it belongs to the people of this district. Folks, we have criminals running our streets. We have young people with nothing to do, running around with firearms. Property crime is out of control in this district. And we need leaders who will stand with our citizens, leaders who will back the blue, secure our streets, and put the safety of the people of Charlotte first. Irina's death did not have to happen. It's time that we demand better, it's time that we vote for better, and it's time that we hold Vi Lyles and Alma Adams accountable. Next up, I'd like to introduce our candidate for mayor of Charlotte, Terry Donovan.
Hello, I'm Terry Donovan. What happened to Irina Zarutska is a heartbreaking tragedy that is shaking the city to the core. Is this the city we want to live in? Let's call it what it is. This was a hate crime. Irina was a wonderful, beautiful, and innocent 23-year-old who recently moved to Charlotte from Ukraine for a chance at a safer life, for a new beginning. And tragically, she sat in front of the wrong career criminal on her way home on the light rail, on her way home from her job at a pizzeria. This was a preventable crime. He had been arrested 14 times. Enough is enough. This needs to serve as a wake-up call for our city. We all demand change. We deserve better. The reality is that the people of Charlotte no longer feel safe in their own neighborhoods. With over 17,000 property crimes in the first half of this year, 8,000 vehicle larcenies and theft, and an average of 4 violent crimes per day. This is no longer a matter of voting red or voting blue. This is a matter of voting for common sense. We all have to unite, and we have to have new leadership in Charlotte. We all deserve to feel safe in our neighborhoods. We cannot keep electing the same career politicians who can't even enforce the most basic items, such as transit fares. We don't deserve change. We don't just deserve change, we demand change.
That's right.
Thank you. And I would like to introduce James Bowers next.
Go Terry.
Well, good morning all. My name is James Bowers and I'm running for City Council District 3. And this tragedy happened in my district. That's why I'm up here today. Charlotte is a great city, with a history immersed with all the pains of industrialization and its desire to outreach to immigrants and dreamers, nationally and internationally, who are looking for a future and an opportunity. It has been said, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. But I say the reward is far greater than the risk. Even when there seems to be no victory, God turns things upon its head and shows us who's in charge. Charlotte has been my home now for almost 40 years, but today I feel as though Charlotte has turned into a hidden war zone. Our nation and city just a few weeks ago experienced a tragedy. An evil spectacle presented its ugly head to our once family-centered community, and now enough is enough. I've had enough of those leaders who pacify these horrible acts and pretend this isn't what it is. It is and was wicked and not the Charlotte we deserve. Irina Zarutska was one of God's creations, And just like you and me, she deserved to live her life without thinking that my leaders don't have my back. But it's not what happened to Arena only. It's time after time, again, where violence, gangs, low police morale have been weighted against the people who don't feel safe in their neighborhoods or on the streets. And I'm not going to just sit back and watch it happen if I have anything to do with it. We're standing up today in solidarity against this evil spirit which plagues our city, its people, and works against those ordinary and less talked about ideals like safe streets, safe neighborhoods, and a safe ride on public transportation. Is anyone getting the message? Yes. It's past time for a change in leadership in Charlotte, and today is a clarion call for all of Charlotte to stand up and say, enough is enough. It's time for new leaders who love Charlotte and its people, leaders who won't allow lawlessness and to rule and cower from making the right decision to take bad actors off the streets. And let them know there's a new leadership in Charlotte. Let them know if you do the crime, you will pay the time. Charlotte belongs to all its citizens, and all who live here must go on and let their voice be heard on November 4th for a change. Enough is enough. It is with a humble heart I am directing my campaign to contribute $1,000 to Irina Zaruska's fund, because what happened to her could also happen to one of our daughters and one of our sons. Her assignment here on earth has ended, but she will be in our hearts and minds forever. I pray that we will all look deep within our spirits and hearts to discover that the blinders have been taken off. And now we can all see those things we've been talking about and need to change. Let's stop now for a silent prayer for Charlotte and Irina's family.
Jesus.
Amen. And lastly, the winds of change are here. It's time for a change. And let's make Charlotte home again. God bless Charlotte, and God bless the United States of America. And now I'd like to introduce Krista Picari.
Good morning. The first City Council Democrat just had a press conference this morning, and he did so 3 weeks too late. It was a message of now is the time to take action. The citizens of Charlotte are asking, where has the action been? Some of our council members have been on council for over 10 years, and they are failing our citizens and they are failing our city. The voters of Charlotte are now awake. I'm asking what has prevented them from taking action for 10 years, and then I need the voters of Charlotte to ask, why should they trust that they are actually going to take action now? They had the opportunity and they have not done so. It is a time for change in Charlotte, and I hope that the voters have woken up. I want to thank the police officers in our city for doing their job. Yes. They are putting their lives on the line every single day to protect us. It is now time for our leaders to step up and do theirs. Yeah. Thank you for taking this time to do this. It is important, and I hope the voters of Charlotte will wake up and understand that new leadership is on the horizon, and it's needed now more than ever. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Ed Driggs. I'm a member of Charlotte City Council for District 7, and I chair the city's Transportation Planning and Development Committee. Today, we mourn Irina Zarutska. We are shocked and horrified at the graphic images of the crime that was committed against her. This crime is particularly heinous because she was an innocent, defenseless young woman, because she came here from Ukraine, a country that is heroically fighting our enemy Russia and has discredited them as a superpower. Because her assailant was a mentally ill prior arrestee, had been in the system, How could all of this happen? We are shocked, horrified. We are also angry.
Yes.
We are angry.
Yes.
We are all angry. Not just Republicans, all of us. To have something like this happen in our city is an insult to everybody who lives here. So the only good news, I guess, to come out of it, I mean, I will emphasize the fact you cannot have quality of life in a city where you're not safe.
That's right.
So if you are concerned about the difference between a criminal and a mentally ill person, do not be. They need to be confined.
Yes.
The public needs to be protected from them.
Yes.
Afterwards, you can worry about whether they ought to be in a treatment center or a prison or where they should be, but they cannot be out in circulation.
Yes.
All of these prior offenders, and again, people with mental disturbance who have demonstrated a propensity for violent crime, they need to be taken out of circulation. The only good news I can say to come out of this is it has galvanized some action. So the city of
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNT Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. That is Charlotte City Councilman Ed Driggs speaking at a press conference with other GOP leaders in reaction and following that deadly stabbing on the light rail on the Blue Line here in Charlotte back on August 22nd. Let's take a break. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. On the other side of the interview, we have a special guest. We have an interview about some new developments in Burke County. But we'll be back in 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. Carlene is here. James is here in studio. So as I promised before we went to break, we have a special guest. We're talking about social districts. I'm sure you've heard about it. I remember first hearing about social districts when I worked in Raleigh a few years ago. Longer than that, Carlene. Yeah. It's say about four years ago at this point. Oh man, time is moving. But social districts, and basically, if you're not familiar, social districts area where people can walk and with open and to-go containers with alcoholic beverages. And so there, you have participating businesses in that area, and so it's a defined area so for folks to walk about, have a good time,
have a beer, take a walk. Yeah.
And the latest social district launches today in Morganton. You had some great things to say about
Morganton's
Morganton.
adorable.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I gotta go check it out. It's
so cute.
I've been here for about 2 years. I feel like there's so much for me to explore. Let me not hold this guy. She's sitting here. We have downtown Morganton Main Street Manager Mackenzie McGinnis. Mackenzie, thank you for joining us here on the program.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here to talk about our new social district.
Look, as you heard, a lot of great things being said about downtown Morganton. I just got to ask, we talked about Morganton. What does downtown Morganton offer versus maybe like a big city downtown?
Yeah, well, we like to call ourselves Simply Charming, and we just rebranded to a place to write home about. So we have that small town feel, and so everyone here is just so kind. I'm actually not from Morganton. I'm not far away, but when I moved here with my job, I had heard first thing that the people there are just so kind, and that's what I've seen here. So it really is a charming place. It's a little Stars Hollow in North Carolina, and so I love that. I love that we have our court square in the middle of town. So when we have events, we're able to center that, and we're not always disrupting the streets when we have those kind of events. So we have things going on all the time, and we've got so many amazing small businesses here in downtown Morganton. So coffee to retail, shopping, pottery, restaurants, you name it. We have a bookstore. We have a lot of it here. So I shop in downtown Morganton all the time, and always encourage my friends to. So it really is a place with some slow living compared to the city life, but that has a lot to offer at the same time.
Mackenzie, I'm convinced I'm coming to downtown Morganton. I'll be there sooner than later. I do want to ask, so why is it the perfect time? Again, I told you, and I told the viewers, 4 years ago is when I started hearing about social districts. Why was this the right time for downtown Morganton to have a social district?
Yeah, so I think it's something that we wanted to watch and see how it developed across the state. And then we've seen that overwhelming positive response from different towns across the state. And so we thought maybe this is something that we should do too. We have a lot of breweries and bars and restaurants that also sell alcohol. And so that's a lot of the reason why people come to downtown. And so they're stationary at those places. And at first we thought, is our district too big? We have a big downtown, but we've seen the success in other towns and know that we're capable of having the district that we've chosen within our central business district to work for this. And so it just makes it more walkable. And now we're confident that this is something that will be positive for downtown. So I think we just wanted to feel it out for a little bit first, and now we're confident that this is something that will work and that we could do. That helped us convince those that might have been on the fence about it. And so we've gotten really positive feedback from people that are really excited about not having to be stationary somewhere. And you want to grab a drink here and your friend wants to grab a drink there, or you want to grab a drink and be able to go shop downtown. We have art crawls and we have lots of events, or just coming downtown on a weekday or a weekend and being able to grab a drink and then walk around town. So I definitely think it increases mobility, and we've seen that in other places, and we're really excited to see that here.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago when I was working in Raleigh, a couple of small towns, it was controversial to have a social district. And now folks are, especially in small towns, are getting on board with the idea. Obviously, you guys launched it today. What makes this one different from others? I'm sure you guys are sitting back and looking like, okay, we like this part, but we want to change it when it comes to our end.
Yes, well, I mean, thankfully, what's really great about kind of not reinventing the wheel sometimes is that you see other towns kind of work those things out. So some people have tried to do 2 districts in one large district, so you don't have such a large district, if that makes sense. But they've said that doesn't really work out. Just go ahead and make it one. So that's what we've done here. You may walk half of the downtown and on one trip, and then you may walk the other on a different trip to downtown, or it's really walkable. It's not really that far, so you can walk the whole thing. And so I think we are excited that people that are familiar with other social districts will see those same similarities in ours. And we are allowing people to use our court square and some public alleys. We want those to be active public spaces where you can enjoy a beverage in downtown. So we're really not trying to reinvent the wheel, but for people to just be able to enjoy what they may have enjoyed in other towns in downtown Morganton.
What should folks know before they head out? Because I know the big priority is making sure it runs smoothly and folks are safe, but what are some of the things folks should keep in mind?
Absolutely. So one of the big things is our social district is Monday through Sunday. So that is something different, I guess. We're 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So we have no off days with the social district, but it's important to know those times. That's 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So after 10 p.m. you can no longer walk around with that cup. And it's important to know that no outside alcohol, you have to purchase it from the business that is selling it in that cup, and to make sure you stay within the boundaries. So we have boundary signs placed around our boundary. So please just dispose of that before you exit the boundary where the social district no longer is. We've got 19 non-ABC permitted businesses, so retailers and anything of that sort that just welcome you in with a beverage to shop around and hang out, and 14 ABC permitted businesses. So we've got a lot of participation. There are window signs on the windows, so you know their level of participation, whether it's the non-ABC, just retail saying come on in with it, and then some ABC businesses are saying we're going to sell the alcohol and you can bring your alcohol in from a different ABC business that you got, as long as it's in the social district cup, and others would rather you just leave that out and just know that we sell it here. So we have those indications on each of the door signage, so you know when you're walking around town where you can walk in, where you shouldn't walk in, where you can buy it from, and all of that. So it should be laid out really clear. We have information on our website, Downtown Morganton, about the social district. So that's it. Like I said, if they're familiar with it, it shouldn't be too different. But if they're not, then it's laid out really clear on the website and with the signage downtown.
A cool thing happening in downtown Morganton as the downtown continues to grow. I kept getting the nod of approval from Carlene, our producer, right across from me, Mackenzie. So that's a good sign. Mackenzie, thank you for your time. This is Mackenzie McGinnis, downtown Morganton Main Street manager. Again, check out the social district there. Launches today. You can find much more information on our website, and also go to their website as well. I want to show them some love. Mackenzie, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Again, the social district is happening today, launching today. Will be a good time, not only for the folks in Morganton, Burke County, but also if you want to get outside of Charlotte, get outside of, I got to throw in Columbia. Carlene, you gotta explore. That's what I'm feel like we're all working on exploring more. So this is a good thing happening in downtown Morganton. Let's take a break. We'll be back in 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Carlene is here. James is here. And if you are watching at home, grab your phone and walk outside. It feels amazing outside.
Nice.
It feels amazing. I was telling Carlene, I like to be transparent with folks at home. I had a little bit of a headache.
You did.
But I went outside, and I feel like that was just a cure for...
Nature heals, you know what I mean?
I just needed some sunlight. I needed to take my glasses off. I just needed the sunlight.
You need some sunshine.
I needed some sun.
You need
the sun
a breeze.
Is a little breeze. It's not one of those. I'm grateful that it feels like this now, because just a couple of months ago
you were boiling.
Oh man, we all were.
Yeah.
We all were. So it's nice to see people in the parking lot. People, folks in the building. We like to.
There's some people trying to take their laptops outside and working outside.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's good to see those folks.
Not us, but,
Yeah, taking that lap and not being so hot outside.
Yeah, if we could work outside, we would.
Oh, we had to sit outside.
Managers, if you're listening, we got to figure that out.
We need to figure that out ASAP. We do have a resort cam.
We sure do.
Beach Mountain. Man, what a day to be on Beach Mountain if you're there. This is a beautiful day, not only here in Charlotte, but again, as you see here on Beach Mountain. I don't even know what the temperatures are. We have a meteorologist in, so I want to guess, but I'm sure it's maybe light jacket weather out there in the mountains, maybe.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Actually, Boone dropped down to a crisp 38 degrees.
38?
This morning.
That's winter.
What?
We hop skipping over a season.
For the mountains, that's a touch
it's pretty on par.
They're probably like, this is mild.
But it's going to warm up in the mountains, upper 60s to lower 70s. That is perfect weather where it's a crime not to be outside.
Right. It's just it cured my headache. I feel better. I'm lighter. You just need a little sun and a little bit of a breeze. I don't know 38 for me, but
38's not.
38's a little brisk. We're not there yet here in the Charlotte area, but we did drop down to the 50s, and you know what? It felt very nice if anyone went on a morning walk or just to clear their head. I mean, just an absolutely gorgeous morning, and that is just going to be the trend that we have overall this week. Check out these low temperatures this morning. Like I mentioned, Boone dropped to 38 degrees. Charlotte dropped to 55, 52 to start the day off over towards Salisbury. Even 44 up towards Jefferson and Ashe County. I am declaring it is flannel weather. Temperatures outside now in the middle 60s up towards the high country. So as you were taking a live look earlier over towards Beach Mountain, they are warming up into the middle 60s. Everywhere else in the 70s, a very comfortable sunny afternoon. 77 in Charlotte, 78 in Waitsboro, 79 if you're listening over towards Syrah, and a crisp 75 over towards Statesville. So high pressure system going to be a command of our weather. We will continue to have fair weather skies. A few more extra clouds will be over towards the coast, and maybe a few spotty showers over towards Raleigh, but that's where the rain chances will be staying for today. Nothing but sun, quiet conditions in the forecast, with those afternoon temperatures mainly sticking in the middle to upper 70s, with a few locations peaking close to around 80 degrees. Tonight should be fantastic. 7 p.m. if you have any outdoor plans, maybe heading out for dinner. Patio weather is going to be perfect, dropping down to about 76. 9 p.m. 70 degrees. High temperatures today, like I mentioned, many of us will brush 80 degrees across the greater Charlotte area, and upper 60s to lower 70s for the high country. Tonight will be another cool start, upper 50s to start off your Thursday morning, and middle to upper 40s up towards the high country. We'll continue that as we go to the next 4 mornings. Upper 50s to lower 60s can be expected to start off the day. Now, that comfortable, dry, fall-like air is going to stick with us, not only today, but this is really just going to be the trend going forward. A really nice full week of September here, with really no rain chances in the forecast between now continuing all the way through the weekend. The next time we start to introduce those rain chances won't be until next Wednesday. So take advantage of this over the next couple couple of days as we end out the work week, highs will be staying in the lower to middle 80s. So we'll start the day off with some nice, cool, crisp mornings followed by some pretty mild afternoon days. Now, taking a look ahead at this extended outlook, this takes a look at as we see some more higher than average high temperatures. That's what we can expect. So a warm up will be coming over the next 6 to 14 days. A little bit above average temperatures can be expected, and that's, you'll notice what we start to see as we go into that first half of the work week for next week. So our average high for this time of year is 84 degrees. We'll be up to around 86 for your Sunday, even upper 80s for Monday, and we'll stay in that range, middle to upper 80s for most of next week. So while this week will feature low to middle 80s, next week we'll be feeling just a touch warmer. Now, checking on the tropics, we have nothing to talk about. No tropical cyclone activity expected over the next 7 days. Of course, we've been talking about this. I know this is the peak of hurricane season. It is September 10th, so it is abnormally quiet, but definitely don't put your guard down, because we still have a lot left to go towards this rest of the season. So this is what we will be watching basically from now through the end of September. We've got less wind shear in this 10-day forecast in the tropics, and instability levels will also continue to increase. And we've got warm sea surface temperatures, which is just fuel for those hurricanes. So something that we'll continue to watch, but right now, all quiet in the tropics. 7-day forecast today, picture perfect, highs close to around 80 degrees. We'll be spending more afternoons with lots of sun, highs lower to middle 80s as we end out the work week. And overall, looks like a fantastic weekend to watch football on the patio.
Oh,
maybe.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is great football weather.
Yeah. Do you have a team, Becca? Are you a football fan?
I am, yes. So I was born a Dallas Cowboys fan.
I like the emphasis. Born.
My family would have disowned me if I was anything else. I was also born in Dallas, raised in Texas.
Okay.
So Cowboys are my team, but I also went to Texas A&M. It is a big SEC school, and I forget, we're playing Notre Dame on Saturday.
Ooh, that's a big game.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So we know what you're doing on Saturday.
Yes, that is what I'll be doing.
Okay, Dallas Cowboys fan. Okay, all right. I didn't know that. Well, now I have to ask. This is a natural follow-up. Did you watch the Dallas Cowboys? Or it wasn't the Dallas Cowboys act. It was a Jerry Jones doc featuring the Cowboys.
I did. I watched it start to finish. And my dad was actually at the Super Bowl in the 90s. He even has a football with the whole, like, all the players that played at the Super Bowl. It's a signed football. It's in like a shrine.
Why wasn't your dad in the doc?
He would have gladly been in it. But yes, I did. I watched it from start to finish. It actually made me like Jerry a little more, which I wasn't expecting to say. He loves the game so much, a little too much. But yeah.
That's a true Cowboys fan who said that it made you like Jerry Jones more.
The one thing that did annoy me is they were very emotional about him winning a Super Bowl, and I'm like, he has 3. He already has 3.
Yeah, it's been 30 years.
It's been 30 years, but he has 3. So I mean, hey, it's not like he's empty-handed.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's done well for himself.
He has.
Could be the Bills.
You know.
He's paying the bills.
Yes.
And he won a couple. He won one of them off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, you could always be the Bills.
Yeah.
And, you know, that heartbreaking story.
Oh, man.
Hopefully we'll be breaking that
Bills fan
dry
right here.
streak.
But it looks like Bills might win it too. We're going off.
We're going off
I'm
tangent.
sorry. I'm sorry. Well,
You're dreaming really big.
Becca, thank you for your time. Thank you for stopping in. It's been a while, so thank you again for stopping in. All right, so let's go now to the Chicago, Illinois area, because happening right now, there's a press conference happening. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the Chicago area to announce a joint seizure operations of illicit vaping cells. Let's take a listen in to what's being said right now.
PF agents went in and did controlled buys all over the country. Since we met with Secretary Kennedy, we've started doing that, working hand in hand with our U.S. Marshals, who today are the ones who made these seizures. Thank you, Gadi Serralta, and thank you, Agent Sakata, for that. We started doing the seizures and seized all these products. Right now we're in the initial stages. We don't know yet who knew what. We know they were selling these. We know they were distributing them. No, we have made no arrest. Right now we're in the civil aspect of this. But again, these businesses, you need to be aware, the retailers all over this country, stop selling this stuff. It's illegal. The only three flavors, Doctor, are the tobacco, the cinnamon, and the menthol that are legal.
I got one more question.
Go ahead.
One more question. For parents that are watching this right now, what can they do if there's a vape shop in their neighborhood? Can they go in, pick up a product, and check to see if one of these products are on the shelves there? What can they do?
Well, if it's any of these flavored products, they are illegal. That's what we're trying to let parents know today. You can't have this stuff. The one I just showed you is illegal. All of these watermelon ice, pina colada, strawberry. That one looks like the candy juice heads. All these different, some of them have video games. You think that's targeting an adult? No, those are targeting kids. Those are targeting elementary and middle school kids. That's why we're on the front end of this, to shut it down before they start lacing it with other things as well. Alana, go ahead. Sure. On topic first. Sure, I'm going to let them answer that, Doctor.
So we need to have an all-of-the-above strategy, and so it's not just FDA. NIH is going to be funding research. If you are an academic physician, as I was at Johns Hopkins, and you want to study the impact of this potential health harm, your career is going to get sidelined. You're not going to get the NIH funding. So we need to fund not just gene therapy, but what's happening to our nation's youth at scale. We need an all-of-the-above approach. So I want to be very honest. There's no single silver bullet. We need to address the distribution networks, with which General Bondi has been incredibly receptive to say we're on board. We need to educate people, and we need to also address something called port shopping. I'm not sure if you're familiar with port shopping, but what I learned when we all came into office is that the Chinese vapes were showing up at U.S. ports. The Customs and Border Protection were setting it aside for our FDA inspectors. We were saying, yes, this is an illegal product. We're going to refuse it. It was going right back on the ship and then going to another U.S. port. They were laughing at us in China. Our border was essentially entirely porous to these shipments. So we are ending port shopping. We are using an all-of-the-above approach.
President Trump this morning called for the death penalty and the man charged in the Charlotte train killing. Does the police department intend to seek the death penalty in that case?
So the status now is we have arrested him. We are charging him federally because it was a murder on mass transit. This young woman died a horrific, horrific death, as we all saw captured on video. It was horrible. The steps are we charge, then we indict, then legally we make the decision whether or not to seek the death penalty. That is certainly on the table once he is indicted for this horrific crime. Go ahead.
Two questions.
Sure.
One on topic, one on
Let's do on first.
On topic, what do you attribute to the rise of vape across the U.S. to?
I'm going to give you my opinion, then I'd love Secretary Kennedy to jump in. I'm seeing it in Florida. We're all seeing kids walking down the street with this stuff, and I guarantee you their parents have no idea that this is a pack of cigarettes, the amount of nicotine in one of these. I was floored when I learned out how much nicotine is in these. And again, some of these are laced with THC. We don't know if these are yet. These were just seized. But many of them in the vape shops are. I think it's access. They're easy to get. They're marketing children, and parents think they're legal because you can walk in businesses on almost every corner practically and buy these. We're all seeing vape shops all over the country, and if they're selling this stuff, if they're selling the fruity flavors that we talked about, it's illegal. I think it's access. It's easy to get, and it's awareness, and that's why we're on the front end of it, because parents need to know your kids can't be doing this. Kids need to know they can't be doing this. Military needs to know they can't be doing this.
Do you have an update on the weaponization report? And also, I know that you have Ed Martin as special attorney also requesting that other individuals who have Istanbul priority residence, that there's an allegation that some of those are other cabinet officials in this administration, that they should also be prosecuted and investigated for the same allegation.
I cannot comment on any pending investigation. Some people have, but it's not proper to comment whether there is or is not a pending investigation on any of that. Back to the weaponization, you may be asking about a memo. I issued a memo yesterday to parents because we've started school again. And parents have the right, unlike the last administration, parents have the right to go in a school board and feel free to talk to the school board, to speak at school board meetings about the education their children are getting, whether their children in elementary school are being forced to read books about transgender. They have the right to do that. We're going to look out for parents and their rights in the Trump administration. Next question.
To look at individuals who see allegations against their
I'm not going to comment on anything regarding whether there is or is not a pending investigation. Thank you. Next question. Okay. Sure.
All right, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. Right now, you're watching U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, also Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in their press conference in the Chicago area to announce joint seizure operations of illicit vaping sales. Pam Bondi also discussing the case here in Charlotte regarding the deadly light rail stabbing. Again, they're taking questions from reporters, answering on different topics and things like that at this press conference. Let's take a step away from that, and we want to take a quick break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We'll be back in 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. James is here in studio. All right, so we want to continue the conversation and continue to talk about the story that has dominated the conversation, not only here locally, but across the country, and that is the deadly stabbing on the light rail here in Charlotte back on August 22nd. So today we heard from once again, because Jesse Pierre spoke to Malcolm Graham yesterday, but again today we heard from Malcolm Graham, Charlotte City Councilman. He had a press conference addressing numerous things, including transit safety and the concerns surrounding that. He held that news conference in Uptown. WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson, you were there, man, for that press conference. Yeah. So I mentioned it. He talked about transit safety, but he also talked about a list of other things within, I guess, under the city's umbrella. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, when you look at this issue, it obviously, for a lot of people, is boiled down to mental health and just really addressing the system. And so he spoke about an array of safety changes that he would like to see. Obviously, we have corridors of opportunities throughout the city of Charlotte. He would like to see continued economic development and investment. He says economic development sometimes helps to deter some of these issues that you see happening in some of these areas. Again, better lighting and cameras. Obviously, we've heard about those screens they're trying to build across the city that will have cameras inside of them, and a stronger court system, of course. So again, we kind of talk about what happened with him getting out and being released. And so he listed off an array of things. But obviously, the big thing he really mentioned too is CMPD's presence across the city and really having more people on these trains. Again, we had Jessie Pierre ride the train yesterday. She said she saw an increase of presence. And I was talking to you just before the break. You know, he had this press conference at a bus station, one that we've done stories on that they are moving the businesses out of, and they are planning on revitalizing it. We haven't seen any plans for it yet, but making it to where riders can only be in the property if they have tickets, which is kind of what you're now seeing with the increased security on trains. But today, I mean, we even saw a large presence there.
You mentioned it. You were talking about that earlier.
Like 1 or 2 security guards per door. The Moxie Hotel that they just built next door, they had security on the corners there. I've never seen such a presence, and I'm from Charlotte, and I've been to that bus station a lot. And when driving around to different events, I've never seen a presence like that. So we're really starting to see a large security presence across the city, but there's also other issues that he wants to address as well.
I know there are long, I mean, we could be here for hours talking about it, but what was, I guess, out of the other issues that he spoke about, what stuck out for you? What are some of the issues, what another issue that stuck out for you?
For me, I think it was, he mentioned also looking at places to house people that are homeless or people that are dealing with addiction and substance abuse. Of course, we have seen, he mentioned a residential space that would have 300 people. Before I came here, I worked in the city of Columbia, and they had multiple housing places. Now, they were in downtown Columbia, but that allowed them to have a place where they could walk around and still do stuff and be in the city, and it kept them close to public transit or things like that. So again, just trying to address maybe having an area for them to live and to be able to get food and to be able to get help with substance abuse. So I thought that was interesting, but it's one of those things, you know, the question is, who's paying for it? Who is doing what? And that is the big question. And he said, you know, he doesn't have a specific answer on that yet. He's looking at resolutions to bring before city council, but he said it falls on all of them. It falls on city council, it falls on the state level, it falls on the federal level. So he said he can only control what comes out of Charlotte City Council and not Raleigh or DC. And so that was his big point, is this is a vision of what we should be looking to do to not only address transit safety, but to address safety for all residents in the city of Charlotte.
Again, that's Walker Lawson covering a gambit of issues that were addressed during that press
conference.
a lot. We talked about it during the break, just how long that agenda was. Some important issues, obviously, here in the city of Charlotte. Walker, before I let you go, when can folks check out your story?
5:30 tonight.
5:30.
I'll have the full array of topics as quick as I can.
A lot to cover, but we have faith in you, Walker. You know you can get the job done. Walker, thank you for your time. You can catch the story at 5:30. And for those who missed that press conference, we brought it to you here live on Live Impact News. We want to play it out for you in case you missed that press conference from earlier today. Let's take a listen to it.
Make a red remarks, and then I'll answer some questions thereafter. I generally do these media huddles, as I call them, or roundups, and I would get maybe 2 or 3 people here. And so obviously the moment is being met by current events. So I will read this my release, and then I'll answer any questions that anybody may have. Charlotte must confront safety concerns head on. Public safety is our city's top priority, and too many citizens in our community don't feel safe. As I have said many times, if you don't feel safe, then you're not. Far too many Charlotte residents share this concern in uptown, in their neighborhoods, in uptown parking garages, in our public spaces like parks, schools, and increasingly on our transit station and our lines. All of these spaces shape our quality of life as we go about our daily routines. The tragic murder on Charlotte transit system underscores the urgency of the issue. Our community should never have to question whether getting on a train or waiting at a train station will put their safety at risk. The incident is a stark reminder that public safety must remain at the forefront of our city's priorities. Yesterday, I rode the light rail myself and toured one of our busiest transit stations. I spoke directly with riders, listened to their concerns, and saw firsthand what so many of them are experiencing each and every day. Their message was clear. They want to feel safe. They want to see more visible CMPD officers, not just occasionally, but consistently, on trains, on the buses, at the stations, on the platforms, and throughout the transit system. As community leaders, we have an obligation to address these concerns, both the perception of crime and the reality of it. Simply, there's no choice but to meet this moment with clarity of purpose, by addressing root causes, admitting our shortcomings where they exist, and listening to community voices and acting swiftly to regain public confidence. We must block out the outside noise and focus on the urgent work in front of us. It would be a mistake to focus only on transit safety, though it is important. Instead, we must take a holistic approach that strengthens safety throughout the entire city. In uptown, in our corridors of opportunities, in our neighborhoods, parks, schools, and beyond. Residents deserve to feel secure where they live, work, learn, or play. Public safety is not only about law enforcement, it's also about prevention and intervention and compassion. But law enforcement also requires focus and accountability. And that means in our community, we need less guns and more cops. We need to expand the visibility of CMPD in our trains and our stations. We must implement targeted, enhanced enforcement in hotspot areas, such as Catherine Simmons off of Beattyford Road. We must hold businesses accountable when they allow illegal drug activity on their properties. We must crack down on absentee property owners who leave their properties unattended, creating environments where drugs are sold and neighborhoods suffer. We must continue to support alternative to violence programs that work with those at most risk. We must strengthen gang prevention initiatives and investing in youth programs that provide young people with mentorship, opportunities, and safe pathways. We desperately need to build a 300-bed residential facility for the unhoused that includes wraparound service and mental health, workforce development, and addiction treatment, because addressing homelessness is a public safety strategy as well and a moral obligation. We must improve lighting throughout the city, cameras, design in our parking garages and public space to reduce vulnerability. Also, we must continue to invest in our corridors of opportunities because economic growth and community investments are crime prevention strategies as well. We must also confront the real and pressing issues of mental health and substance abuse. These challenges fuel many of the safety concerns our residents are experiencing. Charlotte cannot address this problem alone. We must work closely with our major healthcare providers and with the Mecklenburg County Health Department to expand access to treatment, counseling, crisis intervention. This is not only a public health issue, but also one of the most urgent public safety issues our community is facing. Finally, we cannot do this without strong support from the state of North Carolina. Our district attorney's office is underfunded and understaffed. We need more prosecutors, more major court sessions, more resource for information technology to process the rising caseloads. Without that support, too many criminals slip through the system, eroding public trust and safety. As chairman of the city's Jobs and Economic Development Committee, I also know that public safety is tied directly to our city's ability to recruit and retain major employers. Companies looking for cities where their employees feel safe, working in community environments are secure. Safety concerns undermine our competitive edge if they go unaddressed. At the same time, we must continue to tackle affordability by working through aggressive workforce development programs with all our major employees. By expanding job training, apprenticeship opportunities, and pathways into high-demand careers, we can ensure Charlottines are prepared for tomorrow's economy while keeping our city livable for working families. Let me be clear. We also must close the revolving door for repeat offenders. Too many of the crimes that disrupt our neighborhoods and transit system are committed by individuals who cycle through the system over and over and over again. This cannot continue. Accounting must be certain, swift, and fair. Our residents deserve nothing less. Charlotte is a growing, vibrant city, and our success depends on residents feeling safe in their daily lives. That requires honesty, transparency, and more importantly, action. By combining stronger, targeted law enforcement with robust community support programs addressing mental health and substance abuse, demanding the resources we need from the state, investing in workforce development opportunities, and closing the door for repeat offenders, we can restore public confidence and create a city where safety is not an aspiration, but a reality for every neighborhood. I've been serving this community for over 25 years. 10 years as a state senator, 10 years as a council member, a congressional candidate. This is a moment in time for our community. Our community is a great community. I love Charlotte. I love the people. I love our vibe, our attitude. But it's okay to admit that we got some warts as well. And one is making sure that the most basic principle, foundation of a community is the ability to feel safe. And I'm committed to that. I'm committed to working with any federal partners that wants to be involved with what we're doing here locally. I'm open to any investigations that the feds may do or the state want to do. I'm certain that we will pass the test and meet the bar. And if there's some things that we aren't doing that we should do better, I'm committed to doing that as well. I am going to block out all the noise and focus on things I can control. Can't control what's coming out of DC, and I won't. Can't control what's coming out of Raleigh, and I won't. But I can't control what the Charlotte City Council does. I can control what my actions are, and that's me showing up, taking accountability, working for community consensus, listening to the residents, and try to solve problems as they occur.
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. That is the press conference this morning with Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham hitting on a variety of topics, including transit safety. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. We want to get back out now to that press conference with Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham, talking about everything from transit safety to other things and other issues and concerns facing the city of Charlotte. Let's take you back now to that press conference.
That's my responsibility. I have consistently done that. Sometimes very successful, and sometimes we fall down, but we get back up. We have a moment in time that we have to meet, and this city has always done that. We've always met the moment. I think we can do it today as well. Thank you.
Malcolm, in terms of city leaders, you're only the second one to speak in 19 days. Edwin Peacock did it a week later. Mayor Varlaws has gone into hiding. Nothing from Johnny Jennings. Nothing from Spencer Merriweather. Why are you now speaking?
The DA has been speaking for the last 3, 4, 5 years about the ability of getting more resources from the state of North Carolina to hire more DAs, to get better training for our magistrate. You can be a magistrate and don't have a law degree. That's insane, right? So he's been speaking up for years. Some of these problems aren't new, right? I only can speak for Malcolm Graham, and I'm very transparent. I wear my emotions on my shoulders. You guys know what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling. And I think that it is time for elected officials, present company included, to speak truth to power, to tell people when they're right, to tell them when they're wrong, and to find the moral middle ground. All of Charlotte, from my perspective, the majority of Charlotte is in the middle. They want moderation. They don't want extremes, right? There's a moderate middle that we can find to solve community problems and bring everybody with us. And so why others aren't talking, you have to ask them that question. I continue to provide the leadership for the city. I continue to be open, honest, and accessible. And I continue to want to be a part of making our community better tomorrow than it is today.
Malcolm, it's symbolic that you're standing here when you're delivering these remarks. We haven't seen a lot of people standing here. What will you say to your colleagues, and what have you said to your colleagues about being visible in the place that is obviously one of the central concerns?
Well, I was here yesterday as well, and I parked my car at Johnson C. Smith University. I jumped on the streetcar. I came over here. I walked the facilities. I talked to the users of the system. I inspect the system. This building has outlived its useful existence. It needs to go down, right? We need to do something different and create a better environment. I've talked to riders. They want to see more CMPD officers on the platforms, in the stations, on the buses. They want to make sure that we highlight not crime that's happening here in transit, as unfortunate as it was, right? But they want us to tackle crime throughout the city. I have been and you've been at some of these meetings, council meetings, actively saying that we need to be a lot more assertive, not aggressive, but assertive in identifying hotspots and curing crime. So I think, again, that's a question for them. I only can speak for my action as a member of the council who understands that what we do or what we don't do impacts a major responsibility that I have, which is jobs and economic opportunities, chairing that committee to ensure that the citizens know that we're listening, that we're watching, that we're feeling and touching the product. And that's what I've done yesterday. That's what I'm doing today, and I will continue to do it. As you know, I do these huddles all the time, so I'm very accessible. This is my largest audience, so hopefully we can talk a little tennis as well. There's other things going on in our community other than this. This is really important, right? For sure. But I think folks just need to get out of the building and manage by walking around.
Now, what effect do you think this is going to have on the transit referendum in November? Are you concerned about it? And are you still hopeful?
Well, the election was yesterday, and in case you guys noticed, I won, again, with no opposition. And so now the campaign for the general election starts today. And a major item on the general election is probably the race in District 6, as well as the transit referendum. I don't want to mix what happened to this young lady with politics, right? I think we need to solve the public safety issue with transit in the city as a whole, and then the election will have, the voters will have their say about how we move forward with transit. And I think they're two separate issues. Obviously they combine at some point, but I think the election needs to stand on its own merit. I'm focusing on ensuring that people in this city feel safe.
Are you against it or no after this incident?
I'm a yes, but, right? I would love to see a non-displacement initiative. There are a lot of businesses along West Boulevard or Central Avenue that will be closed because of the construction of, hypothetically, the streetcar. They have to pay their lease, their rent, their mortgages on their businesses. Their employees won't be able to work during construction. So I think we need to be sensitive to that for sure. I think we need to make sure that the authority has representation of all the members of our community who want to serve. Who have if you ride a bus every day, or you ride the train every day, I think you can provide value to the authority by your lived experience. They should be allowed, and I will support appointing everyday riders to the authority if it comes to that. And lastly, we need to make sure that everyone prospers through small business development to help build a line, not only construction-related services, but professional services as well.
But you mentioned but. What's the but about?
I just mentioned the 3 buts, but we have to do those 3 things.
Councilman, you come up with a lot of ideas, policing, more security.
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Lost audio for a little bit. Well, let's get back to this press conference.
Transit system and private security should be a secondary force for that, right? That's something that we're going to have to figure out how we can pay for. That's something I will be advocating for with my colleagues. One council member can't do anything by themselves, and so I will be reaching out to the mayor, the city manager, and my colleagues about what we can do to provide a rapid response to some of the things that are occurring throughout the city, because many of the initiatives that I just mentioned we're currently doing already. We just need to change the gas in it from regular to premium and spotlight it so that the community will know. It'll be a combination of both, right? Because some, like getting additional police officers to have a task force that's specifically related to transit is a budgetary item that's not in CMPT's budget or our budget. I'm willing to fund that. We have a meeting on the 22nd, I think, where we talk about a memorandum of understanding with the private security firm. I'm going to read that very, very clearly because I believe CMPD should be in the driver's seat of any public safety initiative related to transit, so that we want to have this dual thing about who's on first, who's on second, or whose jurisdiction it is.
Are we for or against taxpayers putting the bill for some of these initiatives? A lot of people are talking about that they're worried that it's going to hit right in the pocket. Security is a great thing, but we're also worried about finances in the pocket.
We have a budget debate every year. And I'm pretty sure that will be a part of the budget debate, not only as it relates to public safety, but relates to how we do a wide variety of city initiatives. That question is to be answered.
Malcolm, the Transportation Secretary basically said, why would we give billions of dollars to Charlotte or any city for expansion when they can't protect what they have? How would you protect the other, going all the way up to Davidson, Cornelius, if you can't protect what you have?
Well, again, I'm going to work with our federal partners, whether it's USDOT, whether it's the state auditor's office, to listen and learn in reference to what their perspectives are. They may have some ideas that we don't. I don't know. But hopefully we will continue to provide the oversight necessary for public safety on all our lines. Again, no one understands the sudden loss of life of a loved one, an unexpected loss of life. I talked to my sister on a Monday, and that Wednesday she was gunned down in a church. Right, so my heart goes out to the victim's family, her friends, her loved ones, and we should address this issue forthright. But I think my goal is to have a broader perspective about our city. Our city is a great city. Our crime, no one cares about the crime data right now because if you don't feel safe, you're not safe, right? And so how can we work collectively with all our partners, our healthcare institutions on mental health, our county partners with the health department, our nonprofit organizations, our grassroots organizations on youth, right? How collectively can we all work together
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We are right here a minute past the top of the hour, 2:01. That's a press conference from Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham from earlier today, talking about everything from public transit safety to everything under the City of Charlotte's umbrella. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. So we want to continue the story and continue to talk about this a big story that's not only dominated the headlines here locally, but across the country. That's that fatal stabbing on the light rail, the Blue Line here in Charlotte. So yesterday here on Live Impact News, we got a statement from the state's auditor's office, basically saying they're investigating Charlotte Area Transit System, also known as CATS. We got that statement in, and we also have State Auditor Dave Bullock in studio with us. We also have lead investigator Nate Morabito in as well. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Let's start here. So we got the statement about investigating into CATS. My first question for you: why now, and why was it important to go into this investigation, do this investigation?
Well, good question. The why is for the service workers and folks who use CATS every single day. It's for the college students at UNC Charlotte who use that system every day. And it's on behalf of the Charlotte Panthers fans who in 2 weeks are going to be on that system going to a football game. And that's why we're doing it. From the state auditor's perspective, since taking office in January, I have worked and our team has worked to repurpose the state auditor's office to really affect everyday North Carolinians and answer questions across the state on accountability, effectiveness, and efficiency and program results that come from the use of public dollars, and look at it from a perspective of how does it affect everyday North Carolinians. This is an issue with the Charlotte area transit system that has been bubbling to the surface. This is not the first high-profile incident of violence on the system in the last several months. I mean, we had 2 veterans recently assaulted on the CAT system, and now the tragic murder on the CAT system. So it would seem natural, at least to me, that this would be an area that the state auditor's office would want to look into, particularly if you look at it from the perspective of the fact that the city has engaged contractual services to provide security for cats. So that'll be top of the list for us, is to take a look at that contract and what type of return on investment the city of Charlotte is getting.
Well, you mentioned those previous 2 incidents. One would ask, why not sooner? Because you mentioned those 2 incidents, but we've also covered violence on cats in the past. So why not sooner? Why now?
Well, I think, and that's a good question. Over the last 3 weeks, there's been additional information now that has come to the forefront, because we don't enter into investigations or audits lightly. And over the last 3 weeks, since the murder on the cats, there's been additional information that's come to light. For example, questioning the policy decisions with respect to having private security as opposed to Charlotte Mecklenburg police officers on duty, the armed or unarmed status of that security, as well as exactly how much money is being spent with respect to security on the system, and the percentage of the entire budget that is being spent on security. So as those additional pieces of information rise to the top, it gives our office more of a basis to engage.
I was going to point out that in 2023, we reported that the city of Charlotte was going to change its security contract. Basically go from one private security to 2 separate ones. One would be unarmed, one would be armed, and almost doubling essentially the security budget for cats over the next several years. So there were these efforts to take a vote to change this, and now we're in this situation. So what kind of authority do you have, and what kind of inklings do you have early on that maybe the policies might not be met, or maybe the money isn't being spent as efficiently as it could be? Is there something there initially beyond the fact that there was a total lapse across the board that left this innocent woman dead?
Well, first on the top line, from November of last year, only 37% of respondents to a survey from the city of Charlotte felt safe on cats. That's a top line number that I think is really important. Secondly, to answer your question about authority, the state auditor's office has plenary authority to look at all aspects of any public funded operation. That includes looking at contracts with private companies. So we'll have access and be able to look at all the communications and contractual language and dollars, cents, invoices, policies, procedures, everything within the confines of that contract with that private entity. We have plenary authority to investigate, and we're going to use the full authority of our office to complete that investigation.
I got to ask, we got a statement today from U.S. Department of Transportation. FTA is also launching their own investigation. So how does this investigation from the state auditor's office look different from that investigation?
Yeah, it's going to look, I'm sure there'll be some overlap.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's multiple agencies looking into it.
And how do you guys work together on that?
Well, I mean, from a first blush, and I saw that release as well from the U.S. Department of Transportation, we'll certainly be getting the same information that the U.S. Department of Transportation gets in response to their request. But we'll be able to take a granular look at budget line items, and then take a real look backwards at exactly where not only Charlotte area transit system is and is going, but we can take a look back. Where has CATS been? What decisions have been made in the past? What has informed those decisions? And then we'll be able to compare that moving forward into the present system, present situation, and ask that question, using retrospective data to get a real answer of where CATS is and where CATS may need to move in the future.
How cooperative has the city been? I mean, who do you reach out to? Do you reach out to the city manager, Marcus Jones, and let them know you're doing this? What has been the initial response from the city?
Yeah, the city's cooperative. I mean, they really don't have any choice but to be cooperative with the state auditor's office, but they have been cooperative. They were cooperative in our investigation of the behind closed door settlement with Chief Jennings. And we'll be releasing, by the way, our final report on that this week. But they were cooperative, and we got all the information that we requested from the city. So in terms of cooperation, our office, at least since I've been in office, has observed no problems with respect to getting the information and data that we need.
I'll give you some examples of some things that I've requested, and I'm sure they are looking at something similar too. But even at something as simple as just the ridership leading up to this murder and after, is there more fear now? Is that actually translating into fewer riders? The contracts, the penalties, if there were any, the certain contract language that could trigger other things and other actions. Tell us more about what you expect to find. Is there something that you feel like you will eventually get to that shows a major lapse at CATS, or are you casting a wide net?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think it's important, and one of the things that we've tried to do at the auditor's office, at least since I took office first of the year, is to be data-driven on everything that we do. It's really important that you don't just spitball these audits. They've got to be based on data. For example, the audit we completed just recently on the Department of Motor Vehicles, 600 pages, laden with data. Every recommendation that we made in that audit is based on data and interviews and in-person information that we've taken, and the use of experts as well. So the state auditor's office, in order to maintain credibility, needs to base its final results, and our team does that, on data. We're using new modern computer systems to aggregate that data and sift through data. The key is going to be able to contextualize the numbers. So it doesn't do really anybody any good or give you any real information if all you do is spit out numbers. You can be able to take those numbers and, to your point, make a contextual analysis of those numbers. So our view will be a wide net on CATS. It will be focused on primarily the return on investment, particularly on the security contract, and we'll be asking the questions of, number one, are people safe on the CATS system? And if they're not, what needs to be done to make them safe?
Do we have a timeline of when you guys will complete, the state auditor's office will complete this investigation?
It's a good question, and it's a hard question to ask because, again, we want the data to drive the ultimate report. So it'll depend on the amount of data and where our investigation goes, because if we just look at a contract and just look at the results of what that contract says, the amount of money spent, what the metrics are, the data that is kept by CATS on the utilization of the contract, that in and of itself doesn't take a whole lot of time. But if we ask that broader question with respect to, as you said, ridership, what does that look like? What does an increase or decrease in ridership look like based on certain news stories? And we will take into account public opinion and public interviews as we fan out and talk to people who are affected daily by the CATS system, whether they're users or whether they're in recipients, for example, UNC Charlotte, major recipient of the use of the CAT system. It'll take some time, so I'm hesitant to put a timeline on it because we also don't want to release a half-baked report. We want it to be laden with data and backed up by data. What I can promise the people of Charlotte is that we will be back and we will deliver a report.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, something else that I look at, and I've got to imagine you're doing the same thing. What were the staffing projections for each security company? How many actual staff were working, not just that night, but on all these other nights where things happen? And I want to point out, Strategic Security Corp, that's the armed guard company that the city contracted with, and Professional Security Services, the unarmed. So are you all reaching out to those contractors too?
Yes.
And hoping
Absolutely.
to get some explanations of what their staffing's like, what kind of resources they have?
Well, we're going to get the answers to that question, and that is within the authority of the state auditor's office. When it comes to private corporations, if you do business with the state of North Carolina or with the metropolitan Morganton city government, you are subject to audit by the state auditor, particularly if you have a contract with that agency. So with respect to that, we will get to the bottom of all those particular questions. Those are on my board, those questions. You and I think a lot alike.
Well, I always respect auditors because they like to dig just like I do.
I respect reporters because I used to be one. I'm a graduate of UNC Chapel Hill, and I was a newspaper reporter when I first graduated.
We all have important jobs to do, and really it's all about kind of making sure there are no cracks in the system, and if they are, we're exposing them and coming up with solutions. I know some people were critical, going just back to the chief investigation for a minute, that this was political. We have a Democratic mayor here, we have a Republican auditor, this was political. What you kind of started out by saying was we're trying to look at things practically now that affect everyday life. This clearly has been a ripple across the state and across this country. What would you say to people that say, well, this is another instance of a Republican targeting a Democratic city and trying to uncover something that may or may not be there? We know what the end result was, and it was horrible in this case. What would you say to people that say they're looking for something to criticize the Democrats about?
Well, first of all, I haven't brought up politics in this at all. And secondly, I would say Charlotte's 14th largest metropolitan area in the nation. It is part of the state of North Carolina. If the state auditor is really going to do the job of being state auditor, I think the people of Charlotte expect the state auditor to keep tabs on the city of Charlotte and to hold the government of the city of Charlotte accountable, regardless of the nature of the politics of the city. And so that was my commitment when I ran for office, and that's the commitment that I am attempting to hold up on behalf of the people of North Carolina. So we've been in other cities. We just released one of our first investigations of a small town, the town of Mount Olive, where we found, for example, not a lot of money for the city of Charlotte, but for the city of Mount Olive, a $211,000 misappropriation of dollars in their water department. That's a big deal to the town of Mount Olive, right? And the local district attorney has taken our report and is taking a look at whether they're going to institute criminal charges in that case. You know, we took a look at the Winston-Salem Forsyth County school system, which has for the best of my knowledge, and quite frankly, I didn't even look, a mixed sort of political arrangement in terms of who's on that school board and who's on that county commissioner, and we did a fairly in-depth and critical analysis of that school system. You know, the interesting thing about it is, and I tell folks this, the state auditor actually takes 3 oaths of office. Every other elected official across the state of North Carolina takes 2. The 2 standard oaths are a constitutional oath of office and a statutory oath of office. So you take your oath to uphold the Constitution, not only the United States Constitution, but the state Constitution. And you also take an oath of office to uphold your statutory duties. The state auditor takes that 3rd oath of office, which is to complete his or her job in a nonpartisan fashion. I took that oath of office, and that's the commitment that I have and that our team has with respect to every audit and every investigation that we complete.
This is clearly like layered, this whole situation, right? It involves the city and public transportation. It involves the court system. et cetera, right? Involves mental health. Will there be other agencies you look at as part of this too? Well, you know I look at conviction rates. I'm looking into that right now for the DA's office in Mecklenburg County. That's kind of connected in some way, right? Will you look at magistrates and judges? The AOC, the Administrative Office of the Courts, is that under your authority? Will this just be the city of Charlotte eventually? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to acknowledge that there have been a lot of questions about the magistrates and the judicial system here in Charlotte with respect to this particular incident. And oftentimes it takes an incident like this to reveal that as an issue that needs to be looked at. So I don't want to say that we won't look at that because it certainly is an issue that deserves attention. Our primary focus right now, though, is going to be on the CAT system because I think that's where our office can have the most effect and where we can get some real results because we can scope our investigation to get results that really matter. For example, it's not necessarily just the security. We need to look, for example, at fare hopping. Right, that was an articulated issue at the city council level about folks that jump the gate and get in without a fare, and I believe the individual who's charged in this case did not have a ticket. So this fare hopping is something that we need to take a look at as part of our audit. You know, it's important for our office to take a look at things with the respect of where can we actually get a result. So if we cast our net too narrow, we don't get a meaningful result. But if we, on the other hand, cast it too wide, we don't get enough information to provide a meaningful report. So our team looked at it over the last several days, last week or so, and decided that this CATS audit would be the right approach where we could actually get people some real results.
Is there any, I guess, opposite of that question, is there any collaboration in this investigation with any other agencies?
Well, again, it depends on where our investigation leads and where the data leads us.
Okay.
A lot of times you'll have, even in case of the city of Charlotte, you'll have internal auditors that have certain reports. Those reports, if they're available, we'll get that and take a look at it because there's no need for our team to necessarily reinvent the wheel if there's already a collection of data. So we'll look at internal audit reports. We'll also look at any other type of agencies that may have investigated or done reports on a CAT system. For example, Department of Transportation, any information that not only the State Department of Transportation may have, but the Federal Department of Transportation. We'll take a look at their information and data. And then, you know, what's really important and what we did, for example, with the DMV audit is to actually interview and talk to the people that work on the front lines and who operate the CAT system. Bus drivers, for example. Those are the kinds of individuals that we need to interview and talk to because a lot of times they'll be the most insightful with respect to how things actually work where the rubber meets the road, so to speak.
Are you?
I didn't intend that pun, but
are you
I was going to point it out.
Based on what you've learned so far and your communications with potentially other state officials, are you privy to information that the public isn't aware of yet about this case that would be revealing eventually to us or that you could share?
Well, any information we have right now that we've collected, and we have begun that collection process, well, I don't want to prematurely release that information because, again, we want to put it into context. One small piece of information may not be as instructive if there's another adjoining piece of information that would illuminate a fact. And so to prematurely release information, I don't think would be appropriate.
What about from the chief settlement? I mean, I know in that case, this is Chief Johnny Jennings who's retiring and received that agreed upon settlement behind closed doors. Really, it took you all applying the pressure for him to eventually say publicly, you all can see this settlement. You're saying that's going to be released, that report, later this week, I assume tomorrow or Friday?
Yes.
Anything you can share ahead of that?
Absolutely. Because the report is done. We just need to release it. And I do agree with you. In looking at it, I'm not sure that the actual public dollars expended would necessarily have been released to the public, but for the fact that we initiated our investigation. So I'm proud of the team for jumping on that. What you will find is a confirmation of the $305,000 that was in fact part of a settlement. You'll be able to, the people will be able to see the source of that funds and where those dollars came from. And there'll be some recommendations with respect to transparency in government and local government that come as a result of that.
The word corruption was thrown around by one council member early on in all of this. Anything that would rise to that level?
I wouldn't use the word corruption. I would say there is, and this is not necessarily singular to just the city of Charlotte, but transparency is a big issue, particularly with the expense of public dollars. It's not a political issue to have public dollars transparently expended. I think people on both sides of the aisle and people who are unaffiliated expect that when government officials, when councils, when mayors, when city managers expend public dollars, that's going to be reported to the public. And they expect that. And it's our job at the state auditor's office to hold those levels of government accountable on explaining that. In our own office, for example, you can go to our website and see how we spend every single dollar. We created a dashboard internally from our data analytics team. And I felt it was important that if I'm going to go out and ask agencies and city councils and small towns, big towns, how they spend their money, that it was important for us at the state auditor's office to let the public know how we spend our money. So you can go to our website and see how we spend every dollar.
One more question on that. Did the city agree with all your all's findings?
Mixed bag. It's a mixed bag, and it's fine. I think in general, yes, they agreed with our findings.
All right, that is State Auditor Dave Bullock here in studio, along with investigative reporter Nate Morabito, answering questions regarding the special report that we just finished asking about regarding the payment to CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings, also the investigation into cats. Mr. Bullock, thank you for your time. Thank you for stopping by.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course, of course. And that interview we'll post it on our digital platforms in case you missed it. Let's take a quick break. 2-minute break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
Check back in with Majestic now for another update on our forecast, and just blue skies, and you say it's going to be this way for a while.
And we are really settled into a quiet weather pattern. We hardly have any rain whatsoever as we're heading into the next few days. This weekend, it won't be even until next week. So sit back, relax, and soak up nice, comfortable conditions. We have a live camera look coming in from Monroe, where we do have just a nice mix of sun and clouds. Clear skies today out there at Lake Norman. So if you're heading out to the lake today, it is going to be really, really nice. Little breezy at times, still watching those northeasterly winds that could gust anywhere from 20 to 25 miles an hour occasionally. Here's a look at our current temperatures as we're heading into our afternoon, mainly into the 60s and 70s. And then there's our planner throughout the rest of the day. Again, mainly clear, dropping down into the 60s, and then eventually some 50s for us, upper 50s overnight. Today, sunny and nice. Tomorrow, still no rain, but we are gradually warming. We've had these 70-degree temperature days, mainly into around those mid-70s, and today we're going to be back into the low 80s and then eventually some mid-80s, which is actually right around where we should be for this time of the year. So maybe you want to go for a walk, you want to go for a run. It's been so comfortable outside. Clear skies, again, upper 70s. This is for Charlotte specifically. And then after dinner time tonight, if you want to do something outside, it's also going to stay quite nice. Now, if you're in the mountains, what a gorgeous day to spend some time out there. 60s for Banner Elk, upper 60s at that, 69 in Blowing Rock if you're visiting there, low 70s there in Boone, and then as we're heading up towards the foothills, dry with a nice mix of sun and clouds, upper 70s, low 80s from Hickory to Lenore, Morganton, a beautiful day today, and then we'll look for mainly low 80-degree temperatures from Concord, Lincolnton out towards Gastonia. And to the south of us, we're looking at just a touch warmer from Lancaster out towards Chesterfield with low 80-degree temperatures. So again, we were able to send those kids off to school with very nice conditions, and then as we're picking them up after school, or maybe they have an after-school sports activity, it could feel just a degree or two warmer than the actual air temperature because we do have a little bit more humidity in the air today, but nonetheless, it's going to be nice to just get outside and enjoy it. Now let's talk about the mugginess because that's been a big part of our weather story. We had a couple of strong cold fronts move through that has allowed some of that cooler northerly air to settle in. That's why our temperatures have been more mild and also why there hasn't been that much humidity. Dew points typically in the summertime are into the 60s and 70s, and that's when it starts to get sticky in the air. But then we've had really nice day with dew points into the 40s and 50s. Today it does spike just a little bit, so you may notice there could be a little mugginess in the air, but nothing that we can't handle. Over the next 10 days, let's take a look at those temperatures. Low 80s today will start to gradually warm up as we're wrapping up our work week, and then as we're heading into the weekend, pretty nice. Now Monday, near 90-degree temperatures, not just a spike up in temperatures, but also humidity. Lows tonight feeling nice, mainly into the 50s for us. Upper 50s in Charlotte. We'll see some 40s up towards the mountain locations. Wouldn't be surprised still to see some of the valleys drop down into the upper 30s. And then you can see temperatures will spike up just a bit. These are our lows, but generally just nice mornings to wake up to. We're dry today, dry tomorrow, dry into our Friday. So if you do need to water gardens or flowers, make sure you're doing that because we really hardly have any rain chances until next week. Satellite and radar still looking nice. Showers and some cloud coverage off to the coast, but for us, our futurecast is looking good with nothing but sunny skies ahead. Here's that 7-day forecast. Partly sunny skies this afternoon, a mix of sun and clouds, and then warming up by tomorrow, 83 and then 84 on Friday.
All right, so that's a look at your full forecast. I want to bring in, I don't want to bring in, he's been here in studio since the interview, Nate Morabito. I know we're going to talk about a separate story that you're working on. I just want to get your reaction, your feedback from the interview with North Carolina Auditor Dave Bullock. If you're just joining us, he talked about the investigation into cats following that fatal stabbing. Also, he talked about the special report on the payment to CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings that is set to be released sometime between today and Friday. I just want to get your takeaways from that interview.
This seems to be the new normal now. Mm-hmm. There is a large news item in the state of North Carolina, particularly in Charlotte. Mm-hmm. There is going to be an audit of some kind, especially if there's public money involved. That's the message he sent with the Johnny Jennings audit to begin with. And that is the message he sent most recently looking into the cat's murder. That being said, people will still say, hey, what about the politics? But he did do a pretty good job of answering that, I thought, and saying that he took an oath to not look at this from a partisan standpoint. They're looking at it from a strictly, how is this affecting everyday life for people? And I'm always in favor of audits, as long as they're fair and across the board. I think they're great because they're revealing. And he mentioned that one water department where I think they found an employee that was doing some things that were not
Mount
correct.
Olive. Yeah.
So, I mean, I've always welcomed them. I always look at audits. I'd recommend people usually on Tuesdays when the City of Charlotte puts any new audits out. You can see them on your website. I'm always looking at them and Mecklenburg County's audits too, because both there is an internal audit and then you have the state, which is the oversight, the additional oversight. So I think it's always welcome as long as it's done in good faith and with the intention of benefiting the public and protecting our money. I don't know that anyone would be opposed to that.
And I think, we learned some new information about, their investigation, what that will entail, and also even that special report into CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings.
Yeah, I mean, he basically broke some news to us today that basically the report's going to find that the city needs to be more transparent moving forward when it comes to spending public money, particularly paying employees in private. And the city didn't agree with everything, but overall agreed with the general sentiment.
And didn't say corruption. I know you asked him about that, but it that did not.
Fair point. Did not. He would not call it corruption.
Yeah. Let's move on. Let's go to a story that it runs tonight at 6. It's
also in the city of Charlotte.
Also in the city of Charlotte. Let's keep it going. All right. So we're talking about the mayor's racial equity initiative, which covers. You're talking about $250 million. Hopefully, I'm not off.
That's right. That's correct. Yeah, this was a public-private announcement that she made. Mayor Vilisles made in November 2021. We're almost 4 years later, and we know that there are people wondering, well, where'd the money go? How much has been spent? What is it being used for? Where hasn't the money been spent? And so I really started looking into this a long time ago because I really wanted to get a clear idea for the public of at least the public dollars, where they have gone.
Yeah.
And so under the Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative, which essentially is trying to correct long-standing generational inequities in our communities. I wanted to figure out from the public standpoint, where is that money right now? And one of the focus areas is corridors of opportunity. That's those 6 different neighborhoods in the city of Charlotte that are considered the greatest need and maybe the most under-resourced over time. And we were able to find out after months of trying to really understand how much money is in the pot and how much has been spent, that there's about 112 million public dollars that the city of Charlotte is in control of to help in these communities. And of that, only a third has been spent so far. So 4 years, a third of the money has been spent.
That's alarming.
To me it was, because I felt like there's a lot more money still out there and a great need. And if we're talking about racial inequities, we're talking about generations, a long time of problems, right? So to me, it seemed interesting to figure out, well, what's going on and what's the explanation and what are they doing to fast track some of this. Particularly, I was kind of honing in on a couple areas. Improvements in neighborhoods, housing, which is a major issue in our city, and then pedestrian safety was also interesting to me because you're an anchor. How often are you reporting that a pedestrian's been killed in our city?
A lot.
It's a problem. Right, it is a problem. And it should not be happening. And one of the things that really struck me is just how little of the money had gone toward pedestrian safety, and we were able to find in kind of the Sugar Creek corridor at least 2 people who've died being hit by a car this year alone, and that there's that money that's there to help.
Right.
So what we did is we first and foremost got the available data and records from the city. That's the general process, to get an idea of, okay, what's the breakdown? By the way, you can go to WCNC.com right now and take a look at this. You can pull up the numbers yourself and take a look at it as we're talking. I think that'd be great if you wanted to do it, to follow along. And we reached out to Kenny Robinson. Kenny Robinson, I've known for several years. He runs a nonprofit in our city. He's formerly incarcerated. He's a big believer in second chances. And he's a big proponent of racial equity. And he's been fighting for that for a long time. In fact, he was one of the lucky people to be in the room, to be invited when the mayor announced this initiative back in 2021. So we called him up, we interviewed him about this, and he said, I'm glad to see some of these numbers because we didn't know where some of the money was going. I'm also curious why some of the money hasn't been spent. And take a listen to why this is important and why he's keeping tabs on this.
Review. As somebody who is steadily fundraising, you go to certain funders who contributed to this initiative, who are kind of like, you know, we've already given in that area, right? And this is how much we gave in that area. So it is on my mind quite frequently. But the good news is we have some information where we didn't have any. I mean, we didn't know which direction to go. It's not like you call up the mayor's office and request this kind of information. It does take some work.
It should be more accessible.
Easily accessible with just a link that you can click. And it should be celebrated and highlighted more for the things that have been done.
I guess my takeaway, sorry about that, my takeaway from this, cautiously optimistic in a way, but that's kind of what my takeaway from it. Again, he said, yeah, we should champion what has been done so far, but a little skeptical.
I mean, here's the thing too. You know, the mayor lent her name to this initiative.
Yeah.
So I think the public thinks, well, the mayor is keeping tabs on this, right? And has oversight over this. And the truth is the city only has oversight of the corridors of opportunity. There's a lot of private donations that have gone to Johnson C. Smith University, to the Charlotte Business Alliance, to Queens University to help with the digital divide. And also the Foundation for the Carolinas is an administrator of this. So there's really all of these buckets of money and not one person overseeing it, which makes it very challenging to figure out where all the money's gone. And if you think about, how long have you been here now?
About 2 years.
Okay, so this was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years probably feels like how many lifetimes in the news cycle in Charlotte?
It feels like 10 years.
I mean, it's a lot. There is a lot that happens here, a lot that grabs our attention. And what we can't do is we can't forget about other things that are important in our community. And I think that's part of what my job is. As I mentioned when the auditor was here, is to make sure things don't fall through the cracks. We know that bureaucrats in part are trusted with helping spend this money. And so now the next question is, well, what are they doing to make sure it's spent quickly and appropriately? And so we interviewed the interim planning director for the city of Charlotte, Monica Carney Holmes, to ask her some of these questions. She says there's no delays, but you have design timelines, you have construction timelines, you have $40 million worth of federal money, extra red tape that can slow things down as well. And she totally, you're going to hear her say this in a second, she totally understands why people could say, well, why can't we move any faster? Take a look at her response.
It is a huge responsibility that I personally don't take lightly, and I know that our staff does not take it lightly either. I think we are committed to generational change and economic upward mobility for residents in the city of Charlotte, and we see this work and the city's role in this work as being critical and pivotal, and we're committed to keeping up the work and keeping it moving forward.
All right, so she says, obviously she doesn't take this lightly. I do have to ask, and I know I feel like I know the answer to this question. What did Mayor Vite-Lyles have to say? Because she's up for re-election. She won her primary yesterday. The election's in November. And as you mentioned earlier, there's so many other things happening in the city. Oh yeah, including this a couple of investigations into cats, also into CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings. I know these are not related, but that's just add that to the pot.
I mean, in between the two, I was asking for comment from her basically, and she told me she's very proud of how far, and this is in a statement, how far the city has come through its Corridors of Opportunity program, acknowledging there is still more work to do. But she said, look, this is the largest investment out of the whole mayor's racial equity initiative, and it surpassed the initial goal, and they know it's making change. There are examples of things that have been changed already because of this. Her point is that this is going to continue long after she's mayor, and it's going to affect the city for years and generations to come. And so while we may want a quick fix, I think that they are of the mindset that we want to do this right. We want to make sure we are making meaningful impact as quick as we can. And I think that's one issue where the city can sometimes be criticized about. You know, if you look how long it took for us to see meaningful change, like an actual plan to make all the rest of us feel safer on the light rail, it took some time and some national attention after the murder here. What does it take to ensure the fire is still on our public officials, both elected and bureaucrats, to make sure that they're feeling the pressure that our expectations are as high as they can possibly be, that you're going to spend the money efficiently, and you're going to do so in a way that makes our community better. That's a lot of pressure for them. But the more of us that are paying attention and the more of us that ask these questions, I think the better off we all are.
Do you get a sense, I know and this is my last question before I let you go, Nate, do you get a sense that this initiative could be expedited a bit because she is up against an election? And obviously we don't know what's going to happen in November. Some of this is expedited. Some of the work they want to do is expedited.
No, I think she's kind of like she is for the city of Charlotte. I think she's a symbolic face and name for this program, much like she is in the city. You know, in the city of Charlotte, the city manager has the control, and the council has control over the city manager. That's how it works. It's not like some other big cities where the mayor, it's a full-time job, and they have actual power. The mayor has a voice that is essentially a spokesperson for the city and should guide a lot of the policy and vision for the city. But I think that what happened here is that you have all of these different groups trying to do something that's unprecedented and no one really being the leader of it. Thankfully, there's a large pot of public money that belongs to us that we can say, where is this money going? Should you be spending it faster? Private donors that gave the rest of it, they can be asking those questions. And I think that, you know, Kenny makes a good point. It would be great if there was some dashboard that could be updated for all of these things. How many laptops have gone out to the community? How many people of color are now in C-suite jobs as one of the stated goals? To have some metrics here to figure out what the impact has been. But this is still early, and even in the corridors of opportunity, the estimated planning date to spend all the money is 2032. So in their mind, it's still early, and they have made some strides. The question is it fast enough, and is it having enough impact? Could there be more impact? And that's really up to the public to decide.
Nate Morabito, I got a chance to read the story. I like to read through the story before I actually watch the story.
It's kind of in depth.
Yeah, it's really in depth story. Make sure you check it out tonight at 6 on this on the mayor's racial equity initiative. Nate, thank you for your time, man.
Appreciate you.
And thank you for your assist in this interview with North Carolina Auditor Dave Bullock earlier today.
Happy to do important questions for sure.
Of course. All right. Thank you, Nate, for your time. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. James is here. So we want to continue our coverage on the Cats Blue Line light rail stabbing from August 22nd. Again, this has been a part of the national conversation, would you say, James, for the better part of this week?
Absolutely.
And so we had North Carolina Auditor Dave Bullock in to talk about their investigation into Cats. We mentioned earlier that U.S. DOT, FTA, launching an investigation into Cats. We also had Nate Morabito in to also ask questions and also to reflect on the interview as well. We also got a statement from the victim, Irina Derutska's family.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put it on the screen.
Okay,
here.
So here is a statement from the family of Irina Derutska. It says, quote, "We are heartbroken beyond words. Irina came here to find peace and safety. Instead of her life was stolen from her in the most horrific way. No family should have to go through this. This could have been anyone riding the light rail that night. We are committed to making sure this never happens again." So they also, outside of that statement, they also laid out what they would like to see happen as far as changes. So here is a look at those changes that the family of Irina Derutska laid out. And I'll start from the very top. So a lack. We're working on it. It's all good. So again, they gave us a statement and also laid out what they would like to see happen on Cats when it comes to safety. So here it is. A lack of visible or effective security presence on the Cats Blue Line. Well, I guess these are issues, I should say. I said, okay, so these are issues that the family has laid out. So one, they point out a lack of visible or effective security presence on the Cats Blue Line, failure of oversight in the contract between Cats and the professional security services, absence of adequate safety measures that could have prevented this tragedy. The family is demanding a full investigation into the circumstances leading up to Irina's death, including lapses in security protocols and failures within the public transportation system. Again, that is a statement as far as what they want to see happen / what they feel like is lacking in Cats. That's from the family of Irina Derutska. So yesterday, again, we've been getting information from officials. It feels like by the minute, by the hour, reaction, new news regarding this investigation. And we got a big development yesterday. The U.S. Attorney Office in the Western District, Russ Ferguson, announcing federal charges against the stabbing suspect, DeCarlos Brown, making that announcement in an emotional press conference. In case you missed it, let's take you back to that press conference.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry we're a little late. I'm here with Jim Barnacle, who's the special agent in charge of FBI Charlotte, which covers all of North Carolina. He and I just got off the phone with the family of Irina Derutska, spoke with her mother, spoke with her uncle, had a very touching call with them. Our hearts go out to Irina's family. They are suffering like any of us would be. It was a very touching call. Our hearts go out to them. She is a refugee. She literally came to the United States from a bomb shelter in Ukraine to escape the war, and she was going about her day. She was coming home from work on a light rail train, like all of us do all the time, and she was brutally murdered. As a native of Charlotte, I'm so sad to say that our city has gotten to this place. I was born here. I grew up here. I remember when the light rail was built. I remember the development it spurred. I remember the excitement. And to think now that you can't even feel comfortable riding that train hits me deep. The light rail brought this city access to jobs, access to education. People could take the train to college. It really put Charlotte on the map. And this incident has really, really injured that. Now, DeCarlos Brown Jr., who we allege stabbed Irina Derutska, is in state custody on first-degree murder charges. But I'm here today to announce that we're going to supplement those state charges with federal charges. These federal charges will go alongside the murder case in state court, and we hope that they will ensure justice for Irina, for her family, and for the whole Charlotte community. The charge we are bringing is in Title 18, which is the criminal code. It's section 1992A7, which is the law that Congress passed really for this situation. It is an act of violence on a mass transportation system. It is a law that is there because acts like this affect the American way. It affects our daily life. It is random acts on a train that are the thoroughbred and how we get through our cities to work, to our places of education, to our families. It is our way of American life. Crime makes people stop taking that light rail. They give up those opportunities, and we are here to be sure that we can save our city and bring those opportunities back. The maximum penalty for this federal crime is life in prison without parole or the death penalty. Of course, each individual case receives its own sentencing hearing by a federal judge that will decide the sentence based on the individual factors in this case. Of course, at this point, we're only making allegations. We do have a charge. We filed a criminal complaint. It has been signed by a federal judge. The charges have been brought, but they are just charges. Getting there has been a process. I want to thank the FBI, which has an incredible team that has investigated this case. They've ensured we had a basis for federal charges. I want to thank the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department that started this investigation, apprehended the defendant immediately after the incident happened at the light rail station. And I want to thank the District Attorney's Office and Spencer Merriweather, who brought first-degree murder charges right away when this happened. I think everyone knows the facts of this case, but I will briefly recitate what is in our criminal complaint. And that is that at 9:55 on August 22nd, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department responded to a call that there had been a stabbing on a light rail train. They located the victim, who had been suffered stab wounds in her neck, on her hand. They found a pocket knife on the scene, and they apprehended the defendant at the rail stop. Now, much more recently, the surveillance video was obtained from the train, and that's really what gave us the basis for federal charges here. And the surveillance video shows Irina Zarutska getting on the train by herself in her work uniform, sitting down by herself in a row that just happened to be in front of DeCarlos Brown Jr. Approximately 4 minutes later, Mr. Brown pulled out a pocket knife. You see him on video open that pocket knife, and he stabbed her 3 times in the neck. He then walked off the train with blood dripping from the knife. This is obviously a horrible, horrible situation. But this is why federal statutes exist. They exist to take care of situations like this because no one should sit in fear when they sit on the light rail. If you sit in fear on the light rail, you sit in fear when you walk around the streets of our center city like I do every day. You sit in fear when you go to our parks like I do with my daughter every weekend. You sit in fear at our sporting events, our entertainment venues, at concerts, at restaurants, at our museums. These are all the things that we have worked as a city so hard to build. We built this city. Companies have come here in droves. More than 150 people move here every day. We built a city that people want to live in, but we can lose that all if we allow violent crime like this to go on in our streets. And I'm here to tell you, the federal government is going to save our city from that. To Erna's family, we will pursue justice. We will use the full weight of the law. I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate your attention to this case. I know this has gotten national attention. I know that there is a lot of thoughts about this case. There's policy decisions being made because of this case. But as someone who just talked to the family of the victim, I hope you'll remember her. Because this is.
All right, so we wanted to break in with a bit of breaking news. So we just got word from NBC News. Shots were fired at an event for right-wing activist Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. That's according to a statement from the university. So this is what NBC News has on their website right now. Kirk was removed from the premises by a security team. That's according to the school. So I want to go all the way down to the bottom of the article and what we're getting. Oh, so there says there's new updates. Okay. So here's what we have so far. I'll start from the bottom. So Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk was about 20 minutes into a presentation with witnesses heard shots fired from a nearby building. A spokesperson for Utah Valley University told NBC. The spokesperson said, to the best of the university's knowledge, Kirk was hit and taken with his security team away from the premises, and the courtyard was cleared. Reading, a spokesperson for Utah Valley University said that Kirk was the sole person shot at the event. Again, this is all being reported from NBC News. Kirk was hosting or being hosted by the Utah Valley University chapter of Turning Point USA. And so we have been scrolling to get more information, more video. And so until we verify some of this video, I'm just going to kind of describe what I'm seeing right now. It looks like from what I'm seeing, Kirk was under a tent in front of a crowd when it appears that he was shot, and he leans back, and then the video goes a different direction. The camera goes a different direction. And then there's another video vantage point of people sort of dispersing, running throughout the courtyard area. FBI Director Kash Patel, here it is on your screen, posting this on X. He posted, "We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response."
We also have a statement now from the Vice President that I can put on the screen. Here it is.
All right, so here's what Vice President J.D. Vance has posted on X. "Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father." It's a short statement there from Vice President J.D. Vance. So again, from what I could see from the video, again, we want to vet this video. That's why we're not playing it, and we want to make sure it is the right video. Well, we know it's the right video. We just want to make sure we get it cleared through our channels. But Kirk was under a tent in front of a crowd when when the shooting happens, he leans back as he was shot. And then you see some more video of the crowd just running away, dispersing throughout the courtyard. Again, if you're just joining us, and I'm just sort of updating what I have right now.
Yeah, we're reviewing that video that you were just talking about. We're also getting a live look at the scene right now, Nick, from our affiliate out there.
Okay. Do we want to toss it?
Yeah, let's take a listen to this.
Okay.
I am tracking the situation at Utah Valley University closely. Please join me in praying for Charlie.
I think we're just waiting for the audio to clear up here. Just 1 second, Nick.
Oh, if you're just joining us, I just want to reiterate, Charlie Kirk, according to NBC, was shot during an event at Utah Valley University. All right, so we're good to go. Let's send it to our affiliate there in Salt Lake City. Let's take a listen.
He's an American right-wing political activist, an author, a media personality. There was a lot of attention given toward this particular speech.
Yeah. It sounds like we are getting some witness accounts that we want to make sure that you're aware of. Are we going to...
We have Jason. He's a former officer. He's joining us on the phone. He was just 5 feet away from this event when it happened. Jason, thank you. Obviously, you have a professional eye on a situation like this as well. Were you working today or just there to observe?
No, I was just there to have fun and immerse myself in Mr. Kirk's dialogue. I had retired from the law enforcement back in June. I was just there having fun.
Yeah, describe to us what you saw.
Well, after the first speaker, there was somebody that came up. I forgot what she was asking about, and about halfway through her first question, I heard a shot come out, and I looked directly over at Charlie, and he kind of fell backwards into the chair, and just all of his Secret Service guy, I don't know if they're Secret Service or whatever, they all climbed on top of him and rushed him out, and then I started doing gang control. I was like, hey, get out of here, get out. You guys got to get out of here.
Your instincts kicked in, no doubt. So he wasn't speaking.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk wasn't speaking, but was seated on the stage.
He was seating on the stage at the time the shot rang out, yeah.
So, Jason, with your background in law enforcement, tell us what you noticed as far as the law enforcement presence there. Did it seem like there was heightened security?
They had a lot of security people. They had undercovers in the audience that I saw after the fact. They had their weapons drawn, looking for a suspect and stuff like that. He obviously had his own security detail, but as far as uniform officers, yeah, I was talking to some of them underneath the bridge there. where Charlie Kirk was coming out. I was talking to some of them, and yeah, it looked pretty safe to me.
Yeah. Well, we mentioned your instincts kind of jumping in, and your sharp eye took in a lot. We're seeing video now of a suspect who was arrested. It would appear that happened fairly quickly. Can you describe what happened after those shots rang out?
So there was only one shot that I heard, the one shot, and I did see that same guy in a blue shirt in handcuffs over by the was it the north side of the complex where it was. So I did see that same guy in custody. I don't know if that was a shooter or not, but it sounded like the shooter was pretty close to the front row.
Yeah. How would you describe the mood prior to that shot?
Oh, the mood prior? Before everything happened, it was absolutely amazing. The crowd was very cheerful, very positive. It was doing just like a normal Charlie Kirk rally.
Yeah.
Have you attended one before?
It started off on a good foot. We had the first person come in and talk and did very well, and then they moved on, and then the second person came in, and that's when the shot rang out.
Jason, had you attended any one of his events before? Any of his speeches before?
No, I had tried to get in one time, but I had missed it. So, no, this was the first Charlie Kirk one that I've been to.
Well, Jason, we appreciate it. Thank you for jumping on the line with us. That's Jason, a retired law enforcement officer who was there as just a spectator taking in this Charlie Kirk speech, this event at Utah Valley University. And you can see through these social media videos just how quickly it became a chaotic scene.
Vice President J.D. Vance reacted to the shooting by posting on X, quote, "Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father."
Charlie Kirk is a 31-year-old American right-wing political activist. He's an author. He's a media personality. And there was a lot of attention around this speech and this event. This video is the newest that we've seen. Of course, social media being flooded right now with different accounts and videos. But this shows the man in the blue shirt that you heard Jason describe that was taken into custody, it would appear fairly quickly, and escorted off by a group of officers.
And Jason had mentioned that he heard at least one shot, but prior to that shot, he says it was, not a lot of really going on, nothing that would lead him to believe something of this magnitude would happen. This was his first time attending this type of event. In speaking to our prior caller, someone who was there, Taylor, he said about 2,000 to 3,000 people were there, and then as we saw from video there, things got very chaotic.
We're now receiving confirmation that Charlie Kirk was the individual shot at this event at Utah Valley University today. Turning Point USA confirming that is a company owned by Charlie Kirk, so we can take that as reputable information. It's what everyone assumed. Now we can confirm. We don't have an exact timeline. Obviously, this is just unfolding in the moment. However, we're told that the shot rang out during the first speech. Charlie Kirk himself had not even taken the podium. He was seated on the stage, and someone was introducing him when that shot went out.
Folks who are just now tuning in here to Live Impact News, Vanessa Rufus here in the studio taking over for anchor Nick Sturdivant. As you've been seeing over the last several moments, we've been listening into coverage from our affiliate in Utah as conservative activist Charlie Kirk has reportedly been shot while attending an event. We are going to keep an eye on our feeds here and make sure that we're gathering more information. But in the meantime, we'll be listening into this continuous coverage once again from our affiliate in Utah. We'll jump back in with any big and breaking developments.
He was, in fact, the person shot at Utah Valley University today.
The video you're seeing, of course, is very chaotic, but prior to this, spectators describe it as a fairly calm event. There were a couple of pockets of people that were shouting out at various points during the event, but other than that, it was a fairly calm scene. Police presence was heavy. It was expected to have kind of a high scrutiny, a high visibility, this type of event, and then certainly the speaker. So there was police presence, and also Charlie Kirk. We've been told it was assumed he brought his own security detail as well. But prior to this moment, things were going quite smoothly.
And it looks like we have another witness on the phone with us who was there. Jeff Johnson, I understand you are a faculty member there at Utah Valley University. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Jeff, thanks for joining us. Give us a perspective. What exactly happened? What can you tell us? Describe those moments.
Yeah, so we were kind of up above them in a similar location to where some of the videos that are circling around are from. And there was just a really loud boom, loud enough that, I still got ringing in my ear and feel a little bit deaf in that ear. But I thought it might have been a firework. It was that loud. So people started scrambling, running around. I was kind of looking around for smoke. And it wasn't until I looked down and I saw them on top of Charlie Kirk that I kind of realized what was happening, and was able to see them pick him up and carry him out by his limbs. So at that point, kind of realized what was going on, and we got out of there. It seemed like undercover officers started kind of revealing themselves and telling us to get out of the area. But that was kind of it. It took about, unfortunately, like 30 minutes to get any notification from the school to get out of there, and about 45 minutes before they told us to get off of campus. But that's kind of what's happened from my perspective.
Yeah, the area had already cleared, I imagine, long before that. As a faculty member there, can you tell us about the temperament toward this event? It has received a lot of attention. What was the vibe going into this particular speech?
It seemed overly supportive. Most of the people around him, it's kind of a closed-off area, little amphitheater, and everybody kind of in the amphitheater seemed really supportive. There was a group of protesters up above him and to his right, not in the area that the shot came from, and they would say things and boo here and there, but overall it seemed very supportive of what was going on.
And with the tiers, the levels, when events are held out here, obviously this was a big crowd, but are they typically occupying those balconies and those enclaves?
I've not personally seen anything to this scale before, so I wouldn't be able to relate it to anything.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we appreciate your insight, Jeff. Thank you so much for joining us and jumping on with us for our call. Now, we are getting some more witness accounts of folks who were there on scene. Can you tell me the name of the caller, please?
We don't have a caller at the moment, Tamara.
I do want to mention, though, Brooke, I'm just reading this now. President Trump has just addressed the shooting on his social media site, Truth Social, saying, quote, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him."
We're hearing a number of reactions like that on social media. The latest from President Trump, as Tamara said. J.D. Vance also responded. Some of our local leaders responding as well. It was a very chaotic scene, as you're seeing, and social media reacting real time. There were upwards of 2,000 to 3,000 people there, is the best estimate we can get from those on the ground. And all of those people flooding social media with their experiences, their pictures, and their videos.
Yeah, and based on one witness account, we understand there was a speaker that had just gone out. Charlie Kirk hadn't even spoken yet. And so we're taking a look right now on your screen here. We're getting more video of Utah Valley University at this speaking event right before the shooting. One witness had just told us on the phone here that he heard one shot rang out almost as if it was a loud boom, a firework, a firecracker.
Response was immediate. Charlie Kirk did hit the ground, we're told, and security detail appeared to immediately protect him, climb on top of him, and you imagine how quickly people then scattered just as a result of that single shot, that single sound. But we're told the police presence was quite significant, both uniformed police officers, but also those who jumped into action after this particular event, helping to clear the area, helping to get people to safety. So the response itself seems to be pretty quick.
Yeah, an earlier video showed too that there was a person that has been arrested that was being escorted. We haven't gotten confirmation rather that a suspect is in custody, but that's the part of the video that we have been seeing, that someone in fact has been arrested.
Yeah, we have told a suspect was in custody, and we're seeing now the video there of the man in the blue shirt. And spectators say that attention immediately went to this individual. Obviously, it's hard in a situation like that with a crowd of that size to determine where certain sounds come from or how those sounds reverberate or bounce around the area. But one individual we talked to, Jason, he was a retired law enforcement officer, so he had a sensibility that was quite heightened in unusual ways because of his law enforcement training. He noticed police officers immediately, he said, going toward this individual in the blue shirt, and he was shortly thereafter led off the campus.
Well, this is a breaking news situation, so we are getting information pouring in as well as video of what you're seeing here. We do want to talk to another witness that was there at Utah Valley University to get her account. Can you tell us your name, please?
Hi, my name's Haley Westmoreland. I'm here with Mia Callister. We were both at the school with the shooting.
Okay, Haley and Mia?
Taylor, yes.
Taylor, can you tell us what did you see and what did you hear? What happened?
So we ended up getting there late, and we were coming in behind where he was speaking. And so in some of the videos, you can see that building, and that's where we were. And we just had walked in and heard the shot, and everyone turned, and they just started running and screaming. They were just screaming, shooter, shooter, run. People were crying, and
Can you kind of describe what the mood was like there before you heard those shots, before things broke out?
It was so mellow, and then as we were walking out the door so mellow, you could just hear the gunshot, and automatically hundreds of kids were running, screaming, shooter, shooter, run, run, run. And as you ran through the halls, every single person just started running. You could feel it. They were crying.
We are here live.
So people scattered both inside buildings and outside, just trying to clear the area as quickly as possible.
Yeah. There were just crowds of people trying to get out as fast as they could.
Well, Taylor and Mia, thank you so much for sharing your account. We're glad you're safe, and we appreciate you sharing your experience with us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We can now confirm Charlie Kirk was the individual shot on UVU campus. It was a highly promoted speech that was scheduled for this morning. Charlie Kirk, of course, an American right-wing political activist. He's an author. He's a media personality. You can see now from this UDOT camera the congestion of traffic as people obviously try to leave the area. It cleared pretty quickly, obviously, after that happened, but now cars and vehicles backed up a little bit on University Parkway as people try to leave that scene.
Yeah, this was a highly publicized event. A lot of people aware that this was going to be going on. A lot of fans of Charlie Kirk who were using this as an opportunity to see him for the first time. From witnesses, they told us about 2,000 to 3,000 people were in attendance there. We know Utah Valley University homed about 46,000 students there at the time as well. And so we're getting information streaming in. Again, we can tell you that a suspect is in custody. As far as Charlie Kirk's condition, we have not been given any details or confirmation on the status of his health.
A really unique venue and potentially a tricky one for law enforcement or security, where you're in an outdoor setting, and it was set up in sort of, it appeared to be a semicircular shape pointed toward a tent where Charlie Kirk was seated. He hadn't yet taken the podium. He was being introduced. The first speaker of the morning had stepped up, was introducing, I think someone said even asking an opening question, and Charlie Kirk at the time was seated underneath a canopy shaded just to the left of that podium when that shot was fired. KSL reporter Alex Cabrero is en route to Utah Valley University. He also is tracking the updated information and also the feedback as it rolls out. Alex, what can you tell us?
Just about to UVU campus right now, but I got to tell you, it is, as expected, it is absolute chaos here. There are cars coming out. It is almost a parking lot on the roads. They're trying to orderly get people to leave, at least where we can see. But there are also a lot of people who are trying to make their way onto campus as well, just to be a part of this, to see this or witness this or be there, because Charlie Kirk is such a large presence, has a lot of fans. And so we're just in the middle of that right now, trying to make our way into the area where we can at least start reporting on television.
It's interesting, Alex, because social media obviously reporting real time and seeing the videos that are being posted, you can feel the chaos. You're now experiencing the aftermath of that chaos with the traffic congestion as people try to leave campus, and political leaders responding really quickly in support of Charlie Kirk, sending prayers, President Trump, J.D. Vance, local leaders as well. But we don't have a current update on the condition of Charlie Kirk.
That's right, yeah, and I haven't heard anything myself either, and I haven't seen any of those videos yet myself. We were down at another event in the Pacey Santa Quinn area when we got the word, from our news desk about what happened, and to try to get there as quickly as we could. So I'm still catching up on the information that has been released at this point, but it's a sad day. No matter which side you're on, no matter which side you believe,
Yeah,
we're working on that right now. We're getting close, and somebody's trying to talk to me.
You're okay, Alex.
We should be able to get on television here pretty quickly.
Thank you, Alex. We'll look forward to your on-the-ground report here momentarily. That's Alex Cabrero on his way to the campus of Utah Valley University, where Utah now becomes a central focus as the world, the nation watches this situation unfold. We've talked about the attention this particular event had received, although those on the ground tell us and have been telling us all afternoon that the mood was very calm and peaceful prior to what you're seeing now through these social media events. There were a few pockets of protesters. One bystander identified the location of those bystanders as being elevated as in up a level, looking down on this crowd. It's an outdoor venue kind of centralized to the campus, and estimations put the crowd at 2,000 to 3,000 people. So it was packed. It was a really full area, full venue, and relatively calm until this very moment.
Charlie Kirk, a popular political activist, just to give you some background on him, 31-year-old conservative activist, father of two. He helped found Turning Point USA. That's a nonprofit that deals with conservative youth on school campuses. He is well known among at least traveling to college campuses across the country. A well-known supporter of President Donald Trump, a close ally of many in his circle. In fact, he spoke at the 2024 presidential convention just days after an attempted assassination attempt on Trump. And as we just heard from President Trump, who's also offering his condolences as well.
Yes, political leaders taking to social media, Governor Spencer Cox among them. He's saying on X that he is tracking the situation. This is the comment that Tamara most recently mentioned coming in from President Trump. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
Governor Spencer Cox also weighing in on X that he is being briefed on the situation, posting in part, quote, "Those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life." He goes on to say Americans of every political persuasion must unite in condemning this act. Our prayers are with Charlie, his family, and all those affected.
Details are limited, although we can tell you one person has been taken into custody. There's a very visible social media video of that individual being led off campus by a swarm of police officers and security individuals. That individual is wearing a blue shirt, and one bystander told us that right after the shot rang out, immediately attention went to that individual in the blue shirt. So it didn't take long, one would assume, for police to have him in custody.
And we know that KSL news specialist Alex Cabrero is on his way to the Utah Valley University campus, hopefully to get us another perspective a little bit closer to campus. But as we just saw from video, lots of cars there right now, pretty much a traffic jam. So as we mentioned, information, it is coming in as we're showing you another live picture there from our UDOT camera there, right off of University Parkway near the campus. It looks like traffic there at a standstill, but several emergency vehicles out there right now as we kind of piece together all of this information. Again, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk shot on the UVU campus earlier today.
This was a highly publicized event. There was some criticism, there was some concern about the crowd it may draw, but the crowd this afternoon was described as peaceful. You can see there that tent, that's Charlie Kirk seated beneath it, shaded from the noon sun, wearing that white t-shirt. He had not even spoken yet. He was being introduced or was preparing to speak, preparing to give his remarks when this happened. There was someone at the podium that had opened the event, that had set things in motion when a single shot, we're told, rang out, and the crowd quickly started to react and disperse. Someone telling us people ran inside buildings, near neighboring buildings, as of course you can see an outdoor venue there on the campus of Utah Valley University. So crowd scattering as quickly as they could to get to safety.
Yeah, Brooke, you and I spoke to several witnesses that were there on the ground, just talking about, moments before they heard the shot. It was a fairly calm event, no, concern about safety whatsoever. Although we know, like leading up to the event, it was very highly publicized. Estimation of about 2,000 to 3,000 people there on the ground.
Yeah, bystanders described a couple of pockets of individuals. One identifying those individuals crying out or yelling out or shouting out as being positioned in the upper balconies. And you can see, this venue is so unique in that it's outdoors, obviously, so a vast kind of sprawling, there's not a defined perimeter, so to speak, but you can see pockets of people on the tiers, on the balconies, on the enclaves.
Folks who are just joining us here on Live Impact News, Vanessa Rufus here. We've been listening in to continuous coverage from our affiliate in Utah. As you've just been hearing, conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been shot while appearing at an event at Utah Valley University. Reportedly about 20 minutes into his presentation there on campus, when gunshots were heard from a nearby building, Mr. Kirk was seen slumping over and blood dripping down his neck. We are unsure of his condition. However, we're told he was removed removed from the premises by his security team, and the area was cleared. Still waiting, of course, for many other updates. We will continue to listen into this coverage from our affiliate, and we'll pop back in with any new details we might get on our end.
Specialist Alex Cabrero is on his way there to the scene to Utah Valley University as well.
We heard a couple bystanders immediately praising the reaction from law enforcement. And of course, our current climate demands a presence of security and attention to politically oriented events like this. But a couple different witnesses we spoke to praising the reaction of law enforcement on the ground. It took about 30 minutes, we were told, for UVU to officially send out a text or a notice to clear the campus, although at that point, of course, as you might imagine, people had cleared the area and it had been cleared for quite a while.
We also heard from Vice President J.D. Vance as well, offering his condolences. We also heard from FBI Director Kash Patel, who, quote, said, "Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected." Patel also wrote on X that agents will be on scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. So in addition to the local police enforcement who are there, as well as the private security detail of Mr. Kirk, the FBI is going to be investigating.
It was Turning Point USA that first officially confirmed it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot. Of course, that was immediate suspicion just based on the event and the featured prominence of this particular speaker. Charlie Kirk serves as the executive director of Turning Point USA, so his own company confirming about 20 minutes ago that he was shot. Bystanders telling us a single gunshot is all they heard, though they described it as a firework popping. Someone saying his ear was still ringing after hearing and experiencing that sound.
Okay, we want to go right now to KSL's Alex Cabrero, who has made his way to Utah Valley University. Alex, what can you tell us right now?
That's right. Yeah, you know, we just got here on campus to one of the parking lots, and as we mentioned just a little bit ago when we were talking to you over the phone, is that there were a lot of students and people trying to leave the area, a lot of students and people also trying to come in to be a part of this, just to kind of witness this for themselves, to be a part of this. Of course, Charlie Kirk, a very popular activist, a very popular speaker who's been going to campuses all across the country, encouraging debate on either side, on both sides, just trying to spread the message and the word of what he wants people to hear and hear kind of the other side of the story often. Join me here now is Brendan. He's one of the people who was here when all this happened. Now, Brendan is not a student here. He came all the way from Clearfield just to be a part of this and to see this. And Brendan, you were telling me you were right there when this happened.
Yeah, so I mean, it was pretty packed when I got here. It took me about 30 minutes just to find parking. When I finally got there, there were thousands of people, I would say. He was kind of like in a pit almost, and we were kind of gathered up like some stairs. I kind of moved my way closer. I was about 15 feet away. He was actually just talking about mass shootings too, which is crazy, with the trans shooting that just happened recently with the trans shooter. And as soon as he got done answering the question, we heard a loud pop. He got hit in the left side of his neck and dropped. We all dropped. His security dragged him out of there, and we just ran. So, you know, it's crazy.
I can't imagine. This is probably terrifying. You're there just to hear the debate, to be a part of this. You hear the shot. You said you hit the ground.
Yeah, obviously, because at first we didn't know what it was. You know what I mean? Right. Once we figured it out, I was more angry, I would say, than terrified. You know, we hear all the time that we're the problem, we're the violent ones, we're the issue, and yet this is the second mass shooting attempt on a political figure. First Donald Trump, now we have Charlie Kirk, but yet we're the problem. I don't know of any mass shootings that happened with Joe Biden. I don't know any of Obama. I don't know of any of the Democratic side, and I'm not trying to be that guy, but we got to come together. This is ridiculous. Whether you believe what he says or not, we got to stop all this nonsense.
Right, and absolutely, and it's one of those things too. You know, no matter what side you're on, we should be able to have debate openly without the violence. No matter what side you're on, it's very charged. It's very political right now.
Exactly.
But I like what you said. We should come together. This needs to stop, no matter what side.
Right. Yeah, and I completely agree with that. You know, everything going on in the world, everything's so hostile now when it comes to political parties. Yeah. We got to stop all of this. You know, like I said, they blame us, we blame them. We got to stop and just come together. We got to stop having a political agenda and get them to turn us against each other like they are. And it's just what they want. And we got to stop. Yeah. And because I wear the stuff I wear, people look at me like a bad person. But I think I'm a good person. I don't care what you believe. As long as you're a good person, that's all I care about.
Brandon, thank you so much for your time. Sorry, because it's chilling. When you see the videos, it's chilling. Sorry you saw this, but I know you're probably heading out and trying to figure out, you've been chatting with your friends. So
yeah,
it's just one of those things, just figuring out what next, Brendan.
Absolutely. We'll be all right.
Thank you for your time, man. I really appreciate you. So Brendan's story is one of several that we've been hearing just to hear the debate, to be a part of this, and was there when the shot came out. And you heard Brendan say he hit the deck, he hit the ground, not sure what it was or where it came from, but immediately we saw some videos of people just starting to run. And there are people just, there are students here. Mark, if you take a look at the traffic, this is just some of the traffic line we have of people just trying to get out of the area, but also come into the area. We've heard from UVU Public Safety and Orem Police to try to avoid the area if you can. There are some roadblocks in the area, but even just around here, just students milling around who were witnesses to this, trying to make sense of it, trying to come to terms with it. Whenever you deal with something, like this, there's that adrenaline, and as it starts to go away, that adrenaline, you really do feel it.
All right, folks, we're going to break away from this coverage in Utah for just a moment because we've got another breaking story that we're following on the other side of the country. This is coming to us from Evergreen, Colorado. We're getting live aerial images of Evergreen High School where we're told at least 2 students have been shot. That is according to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. As we speak, those students are en route to the hospital. Looks like we don't have any updates on their conditions, but apparently there was a social media post that went out just before 1 o'clock local time there in Colorado saying that there were reports of an active assailant in the area of the high school. The emergency responders tweeting furthermore, quote, if you have children who attend the school, please do not go directly to the school as it is still an active scene. Sounds like there's a reunification center that has been set up at a nearby elementary school there in Evergreen. Once again, Evergreen High School in Evergreen, Colorado. Seeing live aerials right now as at least 2 students have been shot. Conditions unknown. They are on the way to the hospital. With that, we'll send you back to the continuous coverage underway in Utah as conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been shot. His condition unknown as well.
Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes.
We appreciate your time with us on this tragic day. We want to talk a little bit to you about the venue where this is taking place, Utah Valley University. Viewers are looking at the video right now of Mr. Kirk in the tent, as well as about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Can you kind of talk a little bit about the law enforcement side of things when dealing with an event like this in this type of venue?
Yeah, when you have an event like this, you're going to, pull in a lot of resources. There's a lot of pre-planning to go to keep not just, Charlie Kirk and his people safe, but everybody attending safe. And so I would imagine that with the pre-planning that went on with the university police, the Orem police, Utah County, federal partners that may have also been involved with intelligence and securing the venue, I imagine that there was quite a bit of planning that went in to make sure that the entire day that he was on campus, everybody would be safe.
And Chris, one has to assume with an outdoor venue that provides some specific trickiness in terms of crowd containment and also security control.
It does, and it's one of those, again, going back to the planning, where the event is being held on campus. Are you securing the event, directly around him or including the buildings and other, open spaces? Because it does become, tricky. We are, our public campuses, there are, rules with regards to firearms there, and people may be allowed to bring firearms on there. If you are locking the area down, specifically with magnetometers, that again adds another, layer of security. But again,
what do you mean by that?
What do you mean? How you want to do and how you want to secure the venue.
Chris, elaborate on that. What do you mean locking it down with what?
Well, in some cases, we have secure venues where we're not going to allow anybody into the specific areas, kind of those rings of security. We may, have magnetometers and we may search bags and things like that as we get closer. But as you get further out, it may be a more open, movable. This is a campus. People are going to class. There's other things going on during the day that they may not want to interrupt for this one event.
That makes sense. And we've noted that a couple of bystanders who were on the ground level of this event, so in the grassy field just in front of the speaker's podium, they described kind of the chaos or the shouting out and ultimately the gunshot coming from upwards. Like there's levels that we're seeing here with different buildings and different balconies, and that just all goes into the complex planning that you described that's required for an outdoor venue like this.
Absolutely. When you have elevated positions around where the venue is being held, it becomes, again, that extra layer of security as to what you're going to do or not do in some cases. There's decisions made based on, the amount of personnel, the amount of money that you're going to spend, the amount of, in some ways, the amount of restricted egress and ingress of how people are going to move around. On campuses where we're believing in the First Amendment, we've also got, it's a public campus, so the Second Amendment may apply. We may not want to impede on students and visitors, moving around the campus. On the other hand, if this is an event that we're going to secure that area, again, you're going to move further out and people may be restricted in how they move, which then, impedes on, the educational process and impedes on people's daily learning. We're not locking the campus down for the entire day during this event, it sounds like.
And I find myself thinking there's really only so much you can plan. Like, as you described, the detailed planning that is just ultimately required in a climate like ours, in a day like ours, there's only so much you can forecast and can foresee. And all of those variables become potential safety pain points that unfortunately we're seeing play out today.
I agree with that somewhat, but I also disagree. We are, with an event like this, I imagine that there was a lot of security planning going on, a lot of intelligence planning going on. You're right. We can't predict, what we used to refer to as black swan events, things that you just couldn't imagine happening, and you can't lock that down. But there are a lot of things that can be done when we have things that are predictable. Even if it doesn't happen often, it's, we do have great, and I always say this about, with the World Series and the Super Bowl and the Olympics, we have great people that are involved in those logistics and the planning and the security and the collaboration that goes on. And so a lot of that has been vetted out over the last 40 years, last 20 years in Utah, because we've had significant events. We have significant events every single year that are nationally, internationally attended.
And Chris, while we cannot speak to the specificity of this particular security plan or execution, is there a point of security that you would like to see implemented more often at events like this, or something that people maybe aren't employing as often that you think would help boost security in outdoor venues specifically?
I think that, one, retrospectively, we always know a lot after events happen, and we tend to respond to that need. On the same time, we have a lot of lessons learned from the past, both here in Utah, nationally, internationally, that we put into practice. And I understand that we can't completely lock down, everything that, i.e. when the president comes to town, we lock down a lot. We keep those areas safe. That's probably not practical, with a situation with a guest speaker like him. But because of, the emotion going on, surrounding, again, Charlie Kirk and other people in similar on both sides, it does require us to be prepared and make sure that everything has been done. I do believe in this case that a lot of planning, a lot of bright-minded people in collaboration went into planning this. Retrospectively, we're going to know, how that was and if there were any gaps.
Chris, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, for folks who may be at home watching this right now unfold on TV, or perhaps even who live near Utah Valley University, what happens now as far as our local law enforcement and this investigation? What are the next steps when something of this magnitude happens right here at home?
Right. This is a significant investigation that's going to impact all of Utah. I imagine that this is going to be methodical. Both, I mentioned University Police, Orem Police, Utah County Sheriffs, they're probably neighboring agencies. Federal agencies such as ATF and the FBI will definitely be involved, determining what the intent or motive was of the people involved.
Folks, we are going to pivot away from this continuous coverage in Utah as we are getting a heartbreaking update out of Evergreen, Colorado. As we broke in just several moments ago, we told you there was a shooting at a high school, Evergreen High School. We have now learned a third student has been shot, and we're also hearing all three are in critical condition. This is just outside of the Denver area. We're turning now to our sister station in Denver now for their continuous coverage of this incident.
Officers running towards and running away, that you would just deduce would be more of an active alarming situation. We did not see that as of recent.
And what we're seeing in that video that came from Sky 9 was this idea that this is what happens. The scene becomes clear and you're able to get students out, what they'll tell students. And if you have a student of yours, if you have a child of yours that's in high school, as I do, you know that they drill on these things. And so they're told to stay in the rooms. They're told to, there's a variety of things that they're told to do. And then when the scene is clear, and that's what you're seeing right now from Sky 9, is this idea that law enforcement will go into the school. Even when they don't believe that it's an active situation anymore, they will, in some cases, we've seen this, they'll go room to room to room to make sure that the school is clear, to make sure that there are no active threats anymore, to make sure that everything is the way they believe it to be. This is that stage right now where you can expect statements from Evergreen Fire, you can expect statements from Jefferson County in terms of the details that everybody wants to know. But to recap, what we know now is that around the lunch hour, there were 3 people that were injured, presumably shot, in or around Evergreen High School. You saw this massive response by law enforcement, everybody in the region responding to the scene, and that's what you would expect to see. And now, sort of as the details are going to slowly trickle in a little bit, probably at a snail's pace for probably about the next half an hour or so, but until we get that sort of that scene location from Evan Krugel and our other reporters going on the scene, we're sort of stuck in this stage. We know it's bad.
Right.
Unfortunately, we've seen video of parents rushing to the scene. We've seen video of children, students being evacuated from schools. Sadly, we have too much experience with this, but that appears to be the case here at Evergreen High School today, and you're now getting another look at that expansive campus. Yeah. This is a mountain campus. This is a mountain community in Jefferson County. This is the high school in the area where lots of kids go. Roughly close to 1,000 students go to the school. It is packed every day, and around the lunch hour again today, and another act of violence in the state of Colorado.
And again, we don't know where it took place. There are reports that it took place in the rec center. How many students frequent that rec center at 12:30 in the afternoon? We do not know. The rec center is just off of the parking lot, so it is part of that campus. It's just not ingrained in those main buildings, but we don't know how many students would be in that rec center at that time. We do know that at least 3 students are in critical condition. We know that they are fighting for their life. We know that parents must be traumatized, must be in a very chaotic fight or flight mode. We do have the reunification site. It is at Bergen Meadow Elementary. Earlier, we reported it as Wilmot Elementary. I'm not sure if they changed locations, but as of now, it is Bergen Meadow Elementary. It is very close to that high school there. And roughly 1,000 students, 931 students, part of that student body, part of the Jeffco public school system. The Jeffco public school system, like many schools, unfortunately, I say unfortunately in this country, have to have these safety protocols in place. Reportedly, they have student resource officers throughout the Jeffco school board and their district there. We don't know if there is one present today or with that school on site, but you do see some people right there walking. Chris pointed out earlier that it didn't seem like that there was a lot of rushing, as he has seen in previous shootings, active shooter situations.
All right, so folks, you can see now we've added an additional box for you in the bottom right corner of the screen. These are live aerial images from Utah, where we've of course been following throughout the hour the reports of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk being shot. This is once again Utah Valley University. We actually just received some new information. Turning Point USA, which he founded, this organization has released a very brief statement to NBC News, essentially saying that they can confirm that Kirk is in the hospital, and they go on to say, quote, "We are praying for him at this time." However, they've not shared any sort of update on his medical condition. Furthermore, as you might suspect with the situation, Utah Valley University just moments ago posted that the campus is now closed, classes are canceled until further notice, and the school is urging everyone to leave the campus immediately. That's according to a post on X just moments ago once again. We'll leave this box up for you in the bottom right corner of your screen. Listening and watching in full, though, continuous coverage from Evergreen, Colorado, just outside of Denver, where we have been hearing at a high school, 3 students shot, 3 students in critical condition.
Evergreen High School is right in the middle there, and then just to the south of there, probably in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, is where the rec center
And that's where we saw those students exiting. We saw roughly earlier about a dozen or so students exiting. That's what we caught, at least on the Sky 9 camera. Again, if you're just tuning in, 3 students shot in critical condition, taken to St. Anthony's Hospital. I'm sure they are fighting for their life. Parents out there are looking to get to the campus, but we are told go to Bergen Meadow Elementary. Bergen Meadow Elementary, that is the reunification area where you are supposed to head.
And I want to make one quick clarification, is that we don't know that all 3 of them are students. We know that 3 people have been taken from the scene. We know that there are 3 critical victims that are on the scene, been taken to St. Anthony's. And so it's unclear if we're talking about 3 students. I think what's clear is I think we know that we believe at least 2 of them to be students, but we know that there's been 3 people who have been transported from the scene. Again, this is a live look at Evergreen High School. There's the football field that is just to the north of school. That is a parking lot that is just to the west of the school. And right out front, you see all of those police, law enforcement vehicles, sheriff's deputies. Jefferson County's here on the scene. Evergreen is on the scene, and a lot of neighboring entities are also here on the scene. I'm joined now by my colleague Kyle Clark, who I know you're just sitting down, and I know you're just getting briefed on what's going on here. But this is one of those situations we've seen a lot of, and you can understand the chaos of the situation at this moment.
Certainly. Can also understand, though, that the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office is very well prepared for scenarios like this.
Sadly,
and
yes.
The veterans in that department have been through other school shooting scenarios like this, and also that the Jeffco Sheriff's Office has been one of the most proactive in the country in terms of setting up response plans for incidents just like this.
They know how to do it, and that's a good thing and a bad thing. But they have experience with doing this, and they know what to do in these situations where they arrive. And we were talking earlier about showing up with a massive law enforcement presence. You bring as many ambulances as you have in the area, and that's what we've seen. It leads to that bit of a bottleneck that happens, especially on roads that you have in Evergreen, where there's not a lot of ways in and out. Here's again that law enforcement response that we saw maybe about an hour or so ago that was coming through Evergreen. I guarantee you, Kyle, you know this. You've been to Evergreen. Everybody in that community heard that law enforcement response this afternoon.
Oh, no doubt. And of course, you know, if you're a parent in that area, the natural instinctive thing to do is just to head in that direction, right? You know, so you're going to have a lot of folks doing that is at the same time that law enforcement is headed in that direction as well. So the first information that we have from St. A's is that they have those 3 critical victims. As Chris has said, we believe that 2 of them are students based on information that we're also hearing from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. We'll try to be as clear as possible possible when we get new information about not just what is being said, but who is saying it as well, because it's not unusual in these situations for things to change, for agencies to believe one thing to be true and then find out that another thing is true. So in addition to telling you what we know, we're going to tell you who is saying it. So St. A's is saying at least 3 critical victims. We believe 2 of them to be students who were shot. That information coming from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. And just a note in terms of the terminology that medical professionals use around the idea of critical victims. It simply means that that somebody's vital signs are unstable, right? So a lot of folks who are brought to hospitals initially come in as critical patients. Certainly some of them are obviously stabilized quickly. Some of them are not stabilized quickly depending on the situation that they're in. So urge people not to read too much into that one word until we learn a little bit more, but that's how the patients came to St. A's and that they came in critically. Do we know, Chris, did they go by chopper or did they ambulance down?
I believe this was through, I know they were having choppers on standby. I believe this was via ambulance, but that's obviously very preliminary. Okay. We did get a statement from Governor Polis that came in just this moment. I'm going to read it to you verbatim. It's not very long. I am closely monitoring the situation at Evergreen High School and getting live updates. State troopers are supporting local law enforcement and responding to situations. A student should be able to attend school safely and without fear across our state and nation. We are all praying for the victims and the entire community. That's an early statement from the governor. It's something that you would expect, but obviously a lot of attention from the state on this situation.
Sure. And in terms of the state's role in this, you would expect the CBI investigators perhaps to be involved if necessary. Right, this is a situation where the locals can call in whatever other levers that they need to pull to get assistance there in the situation. But based on what we have seen from the air and what our reporters have seen is they've neared the area. It's not appeared that there's any type of active incident going on at the moment, that whatever has happened has concluded, and now it's a situation of making sure that the rest of the scene is safe, that the school building is secure, that there aren't other folks who are injured there who have not yet been taken off of premises to St. A's or to another medical center. But you don't see anything in the posture of law enforcement there on scene that indicates that they believe that there's a continuing threat to the community.
No, but now what they do is what their training tells them to do, is to go into the school, oftentimes maybe go room to room, make sure that kids are evacuated from the school, everybody's accounted for, and that they can get to those reunification sites that the parents are sort of frantically getting to at this moment. So it's one of those things we're just going to keep monitoring, and it's not good news, though, at the end of the day. This is not good news. This is difficult news to sort of digest, particularly for the community of Evergreen, particularly for the county of Jefferson County, and quite frankly for the state and for the country. Another shooting at a school in Colorado today. 3 critical victims, 2 of which we believe to be students. They are taken away to the scene, to St. Anthony's, and they are actively being cared for. You can imagine, I've talked to lots of doctors in these situations where they get that rush of patients, and 3 patients is still a lot of patients at one time, and there's that mad rush to sort of take care of those patients, oftentimes with these very critical injuries, and make sure that they can survive. So you can imagine there is a lot of work that's taking place at St. Anthony's at this moment right now.
We are expecting a spokesperson for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office to speak with reporters and therefore with the public here in just a little bit. We'll be hearing from Jackie Kelly. Longtime folks in the area will recognize her face at the very least. She has been around with Jefferson County Sheriff's Office for a long time, two separate stints, but somebody who has decades of experience, and somebody else, again, sadly, who is experienced in explaining these situations to the public after an act of mass violence at a school.
All right, folks, we're moving to our 3 box here just to kind of set the scene of what we're watching. Of course, in the big box on the left, full continuous coverage from the Denver area, as we're learning 3 students have been shot at a high school, all 3 in critical condition. We've got new boxes to add for you on the right. This is basically a pairing of shots we're getting from Utah Valley University and a hospital near Utah Valley University. That hospital specifically, Tim Panagos Hospital, and I apologize if I mispronounced the name, but we're told that is the hospital where conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been brought after being shot at an event at Utah Valley University. So once again, we'll watch this for a moment, but we'll listen in full to the coverage coming from our sister station KUSA regarding that high school shooting.
Staff the extent of their injuries. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't learn a lot about the extent of their injuries at this point, because quite frankly, the folks who are there at the scene, their job is to make sure that the students are safe, that the staff is safe, that there's not a threat there, to get folks reunited with their parents as quickly as possible while the medical care is being handled by other folks elsewhere off-site. There are going to be questions naturally about the suspect in this shooting. Let's listen in now. This is Jackie Kelly from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office.
Shooting at Evergreen High School. The call came in at 12:24 today that we had an active shooter at the school. There are so many jurisdictions up here, I can't name them, but it's like the metro area just responded. We have 3 people who have been transported to the hospital. Don't know conditions on any of them yet. Hopefully we'll have that for you shortly. What's really important for us to get out is reunification with parents and students. That's happening at Bergen Meadow Elementary. That's at 1928 South Highwan Drive. I don't have a lot more. Please ask questions if you have them.
Can you give me your name and title?
Yes, Jackie Kelly, Jacki. Kelly's Keley, PIO for the Jeffco Sheriff's Office. People that are injured are students. Yes.
There's a huge emergency response I noticed coming into town. What are you telling people who are seeing that worried right now?
I understand the worry and the concern. Like I said, the entire metro area came up here to help. A lot of them self-deployed, and we sure appreciate it because you don't know what you have until you get here. But there's got to be over 100. For sure, over 100, maybe a couple hundred cops here right now. We're still in the process of clearing the school, and we're doing that with multiple teams inside, room by room, and that just takes time.
I know this isn't ongoing, but the shooting happened inside of the...
We believe it happened inside the school. It definitely happened on school grounds, but I don't have clarification inside or out.
One person is the shooter?
We're not clear on that. We're not certain how many shooters we have or where that shooter might be. I'm hoping to get more information to you quickly, but we can't air that yet.
Any shelter in place for the community?
Is there a shelter in place for the community? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't have any information on a caliber of a weapon at all. Don't know that. We don't know who the shooter is. Hopefully the next time we meet, shortly from now, we'll have more of those answers. But that's okay. We have 3 people who have been transported to the hospital. We think they're all students. Don't know what their injuries are. Is everybody good for now?
No. Unification. Did you get that?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Was it a student that made the call?
Great question. I don't know who made that first call, but I can tell you we received a lot of calls very quickly coming from the school, and obviously that pretty quickly helps confirm that what one person is reporting, multiple people started reporting, and it just kind of amped up the seriousness of this right away. Okay, thank you very much.
That was the update from Jefferson County Sheriff's Office spokeswoman Jackie Kelly. Not a lot more than what we have already known and shared with you, but just to go through it again, there are 3 students who have been injured in a shooting at Evergreen High School just after noon today. The call came in at 12:24 p.m. Jefferson County Sheriff's Office saying they don't know who the shooter is, but everything that we can see about the situation there on the scene indicates that they believe that the shooter is somebody that they have secured at this point. So that could lead somebody to reasonably believe that it is one of the 3 people, one of the 3 students taken to St. A's. St. A's saying that all 3 came in critical condition. We don't have any more information about whether their conditions were stabilized when they arrived at the hospital, but that's how all of them came in. Kyle Clark alongside Kim Christensen and our 9 News Investigates colleague Chris Vanderveen here with you this afternoon. As folks are tuning in at various points as they learn about what's happened and want to know what we know at this point, which is that Colorado has suffered another school shooting, and again, it is in Jefferson County, and that parents are being asked to reunite with their students at Bergen Meadow Elementary at 1928 South Highwan Drive. But one of the complications now is that so many people descended.
And folks, we just got a break. breaking update here on the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk as we head back to aerial images of a now very empty campus of Utah Valley University, the site of that shooting. Associated Press is reporting that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition. We had told you several moments ago that his organization that he had founded, Turning Point USA, said that he was at the hospital and they were, quote, praying for him. Now we are seeing he's at the hospital with confirmation of being in critical condition. So once again, this following a shooting that happened at an event that he was speaking at Utah Valley University. We're told about 20 minutes into that presentation, there were witnesses that reported hearing gunshots from a nearby building and video showing Mr. Kirk slumping over shortly afterwards with blood pouring from his neck. As we've now just mentioned, we have now just learned his condition is critical. We will continue to monitor for any new developments on this front, and we will also keep an eye on what's happening in Colorado with that school shooting. As we are nearing top of the hour, we're of course moving back over to this feed from Evergreen, Colorado. We wanted to let you know Live Impact News will shortly be moving over to our secondary channel here on WCNC Plus, as we have other coverage that is pre-scheduled to come up at 4 o'clock on our main channel. So to continue with this coverage here, live and continuous from both Evergreen High School in Evergreen, Colorado, and for the very latest on the Charlie Kirk shooting, join us on that secondary channel. Go back to the main platform on WCNC Plus, and you'll be able to see that on one of the boxes towards the bottom of that platform. So thanks so much for sticking with us, folks, and we'll continue our coverage here with KUSA in Denver.
If you can see on your screen right now, there are school buses behind those trees, and just a couple of minutes ago we saw a line of high school students being loaded onto those school buses just behind me here. It's a scene that we've seen far too many times here in Colorado as well as across the U.S. The scene of kids being led out of a building onto a school bus after a school shooting or something of this magnitude. Again, Kyle and Kim, we don't know exactly what is happening right now, where the suspect, if there is any suspect in custody, but you can see right now, right next to me, there are police officers with long arms, with rifles, large rifles, walking everywhere right now, trying to again figure out exactly what is going on as my photojournalist Mike Grady moves around to try and get a better vantage point. Still again feels very active as we now have a storm coming in with thunder and lightning around us, but at this time, Kyle and Kim, a very active scene right outside of Evergreen High School here in Evergreen that we just arrived to.
Mark, let me ask you this. Obviously, you went up there with the hopes of being the eyes and ears of the broader community. For folks who might obviously be concerned about what's going on or curious about what's going on, I imagine it was not easy to get up the hill into where you were.
Yeah, no, it's extremely difficult to get to where we are right now because Evergreen, if you've been here, is a community almost with one road in and one road out. Maybe there's a couple more. There can get up I-70, you can get up 285, and then there are a couple other back roads in, but all of those roads are completely shut down with emergency traffic absolutely everywhere right now. So we had to get through different back roads and different neighborhoods that we were going through to try and figure out how to get up here. This area right now seems to be kind of a holding place for a lot of first responders. A lot of the students who were evacuated from the building seems to have been taken here waiting for school buses. One good thing that we can say, if you can say that there's anything good in this situation, but something that we're seeing right now is that school buses are being allowed to go up the road to Evergreen High School. So that would you would tend to think that they wouldn't let an active scene and school buses go into an active scene where there is still an active danger. Again, we don't know that for sure, but that's my assumption, that school buses are now being led up into the high school to pick up kids, presumably. We've seen at least 5 or 6 school buses now going up the road that leads to Evergreen High School at this time. While meanwhile, down here in front of the library, there are a bunch of sheriff's deputies, a bunch of fire trucks, ATF, sheriff's deputies, state patrol, Parks and Wildlife, everybody is down here right now as they seem to stage in this area to try and figure out what exactly is going on.
And so often they realize there are several locations when we have a shooting like this. I know you've touched on this, Chris. They need to investigate all areas.
Yeah. And there's always lots of confusion in those moments about what happened where. There's different witnesses can have very different stories. We found that multiple times.
When you're traumatized, your story sometimes changes, and that's what they're trying to follow up.
Yeah. So you'll see investigators kind of spider web out in every direction because, you know, if a student or a witness says something, they're going to go check it out, and they've just got to run those things to ground. Our Angeline McCall is also up in that area at Evergreen Lake. Angeline, tell us more about your vantage point.
We're actually pretty far from the school. As Mark mentioned, it's really difficult to get into town. And of course, we were sitting in sort of this gridlock traffic. And, you know, our thinking is just with all of the parents, right, who are trying to get to their kids, trying to reunite with them, trying to learn and find out if they're okay. We know that these types of situations are extremely chaotic for families who just want answers. Now, we heard from the public information officer here at Jefferson County Sheriff's Office who said that while there's not a lot of information to share right now, we do know that 3 people are hurt, all 3 of them presumably students at this time. We also learned just a few minutes prior to that there's still maybe students in the school. Officers are going in through the different levels, trying to touch base with anyone who may still be inside of those buildings, trying to also identify if there are any other additional victims, of course, as well. We've seen drones here with the Sheriff's Office too. They actually asked our team not to put any drones up in the air at this time so that it does not interfere with the investigation. And so we're here, we're trying to give you the most information. Of course, at this time, very limited. Now, Jackie Kelly with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says that she's hoping to provide more information as it comes to us, and we promise to get that to you, Kyle and Kim, as we learn it.
All right, Angeline, thank you for that. I want to take folks back through some of what we heard from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office spokeswoman, Jackie Kelly, who has spent decades with that organization in a couple of different stints. So she knows what she's talking about, and she's been through these situations before. She said that the shooting happened on school grounds. She wasn't initially certain if it happened inside or outside of the building, but on school grounds. She said at this point they weren't ready to definitively say how many attackers there were. That again is not uncommon in these situations. Chris has walked us through this a number of different times in terms of varying eyewitness reports. People will hear things, see things in the moment of confusion and often think that there are multiple shooters. In fact, that's a very, very rare occurrence in terms of these attacks on public places. And what Jackie said was, quote, "We don't know who the shooter is. Hopefully the next time we meet shortly from now, we will have those answers." So again, 3 people transported to the hospital. One of the things still outstanding to learn is whether they believe that the suspected shooter is among the 3 people who went to the hospital. Jackie Kelly from Jeffco Sheriff's Office said all 3 are students, and St. A's has said all 3 came in critical.
Right, and St. Anthony, known as a trauma level 1 trauma center where you would
That's where you go.
Somebody under these circumstances. Our Jeremy Hahola is live outside of St. Anthony Hospital. He joins us now. Jeremy, have you learned anything else?
We just arrived here on scene, and at this point we haven't heard from any hospital officials just yet, but we can show you what we're seeing at the front entrance of St. Anthony's here. We can see at least 2 ambulances that are marked Evergreen. When we arrived here about 3 to 5 minutes ago, they had their lights on, and then a 3rd ambulance just left. So this is where people are being treated. This is where critical work happens, and as you said, Kim, this is a level 1 trauma center, the highest level for hospitals in Colorado. So the doctors inside, they know what they're doing, and hopefully the students that have been shot are going to be okay. So at this point right now, it's just a waiting game. We are waiting to hear from officials not only out there in Evergreen, but we're also waiting to hear from hospital officials here too. But this is where first responders are at their best. This is what they train for. My colleague Kyle said that Jefferson County is one of the best in the country when it comes to preparing for responses like this, and you can bet hospitals in Colorado, like St. Anthony's, are also prepared for responses like this. So we can only rightfully guess, safely guess that doctors are at their best inside this hospital working on these students, and we can only hope for the best for them. So at this point, no information directly from hospital staff just at this point, but we can see ambulances are here, and we can safely assume that the 3 patients, or that the 3 people who were shot are here being treated here at St. Anthony's. Back to you guys.
Jeremy, quick question while we have you there. We can intuit a couple of things, right, based on what's happened in the past and your experience and what we see out there, right? Everything that we know indicates that the only people injured have been students. We haven't heard about any injuries to adults, to adult staff. Obviously, another concern anytime we have a shooting like this is law enforcement safe, right? Because they're rushing to the shooter. There's no indication, Jeremy, out there that that anybody in law enforcement is hurt, because typically you would see an enormous law enforcement presence there and a different posture at the hospital.
Yeah, this feels a little bit different than that, Kyle. I think that's a good point to make. We do see a line of what appears to be some unmarked law enforcement units here, and I do see a Jefferson County Sheriff's Department office unit there. Their lights are still on, but I think that's a very good observation too. There's a line of law enforcement vehicles here, but yeah, as you're saying here, I think that that assessment does fit what we're seeing here at the hospital, that this is a response for students. So it looks like there might be some hospital staff starting to prepare to come speak to us. I think I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys, see if they're going to address the media, and then once we get more information from them, I'll let you guys back at the station know.
Jeremy Hohola for us at St. Anthony. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Appreciate that.
So it's like an hour and a half after we first heard about this, so it's evolved pretty quickly. I think we not only think about what Colorado sadly has been through, and there are many, so you don't want to name one, but they learn from every single instance of this. But this is a generation of kids that in kindergarten learned how to do the lockdown drill.
It's my daughter's age. That's the training that exists in high schools, and that idea of the normalization of these types of activities, and I can sort of like see my daughter sort of like rolling her eyes when she has to go through these things again, but there's a reason for that. Yep. These things are important, and it's also like, man, like we've learned so much in the state. We learned from Columbine that you go into the school, you don't wait. We've learned from Aurora that when you go to the scene, you get people out as quickly as you can. We've learned a lot, and a lot of good things have been learned from all of this tragedy. But it's just when it comes down to it, you've got 14 to 18-year-old kids in that school, 1,000 of them, and they just went through some terror today. It's awful.
And you can't help but think of the fact, this is arguably one of the best times of their lives. High school is where you're starting to experience a little freedom. You got a car, you have some things going on in your life, and yet we can't lock them up all the time. But in every one of these cases, I look back at Arapahoe High School and many others, there is something that pointed to a sign that this might happen. And that's where this investigation will go in the days ahead. Yeah. And you just wonder, because we want to say, oh, metal detectors, or we could do this, or we could do that. Nothing will completely prevent this from happening.
Well, and sadly, Colorado has also shown through experience that no community is immune from this kind of violence, right? We have covered it from the heart of the city at East High School to suburban communities.
Highlands Ranch.
Highlands Ranch, Arapahoe, Deer Creek, now Foothills communities, Evergreen, more rural communities, Platte Canyon. Mm-hmm. We have seen this violence in our schools now for decades, and we have seen it in every type of community in Colorado. And sadly, that has become what kids have to grow up understanding is a possibility. In terms of the latest for folks who are just joining us, there was a shooting around noontime at Evergreen High School. There were a number of calls that came in from that building that made it clear to law enforcement that there was truly a danger there in that moment. The multitude of calls streaming in from Evergreen High School to law enforcement then prompted a stream of law enforcement resources to Evergreen High School, both those that were dispatched there and those that heard about the call and headed there of their own volition. Jefferson County Sheriff's Office spokeswoman was saying that she couldn't even begin to describe how many different agencies were on site because so many people had just poured up the hill to help with this. We know that ATF Colorado has said that they are responding and that they are involved and are a resource. And that we know that the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office is going to be the lead on this. You can see out of the corner of my eye that they are preparing to address the media at St. Anthony Hospital. We will take you there just as soon as that happens. All that the folks at St. A's have said is that they had 3 people come into them in critical condition, and the Sheriff's Office said that all 3 of those people transported were students. We have not heard a single word about other injuries beyond the 3 people shot. One question that obviously folks in the community are going to have that our team is working to understand is what ended this incident? Was it the shooter, using the gun upon themselves? Was it an act of law enforcement? Was it student or staff intervention, right? Which is something that I feel like we wouldn't have even talked about at one point. But then you saw what happened at STEM School Highlands Ranch when Kendrick Castillo put himself, between himself and between his classmates and the shooter, and played a key role in stopping that shooting. So we don't know how this started, and also quite importantly, we don't know how it ended. And that's something that we may learn more about as we hear from the hospital.
It's hard to tell. I think we're going to get to that.
From Evergreen High School.
This is the CEO of St. A's.
Let's listen. Actively treated at St. Anthony Hospital. We are a level 1 trauma center. We prepare for these sorts of things, and unfortunately, from time to time, these sorts of things happen. We're prepared for them.
Okay, and are these girls, boys, are any of them the shooter?
I don't think I can release that at this time. We'll have more information as the situation develops.
Have all families been notified?
They are all in critical condition at this time. I can confirm that they're all in critical condition and being actively treated. Go ahead.
Have all families been notified?
We do not know that at this time. So some of these folks came in unidentified.
And these are 3 students, correct? Could you repeat that again, that these are 3 students?
These are 3 minors that came from Evergreen High School that we're assuming are students.
Okay, and can you tell us the approximate age of these patients?
Not at this time. They're all minors, they're all teenagers, and they're all minors, but we do not know their exact ages.
Kevin, I don't know if you can answer this question, but are 2 of them victims and 1 of them the shooter? What can you tell us about who they are?
Am I able to answer that yet, or do we not know?
We're going to refer you to the Sheriff's Office for that.
Yeah, we'll have to refer you to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office for that information at this time.
Do we know if there's any further victims that may be in other conditions?
We do not believe there are any further victims at this time. Now, that doesn't mean that something else couldn't happen that's unrelated, but related to this particular incident, we do not believe there are any other victims at this time.
I know your information is very limited at this point, and there's very limited things that you can say at this point, but can you talk about what is happening in the hospital right now to care for these patients?
Yeah, what's happening right now to care for these patients is exactly what should be happening, which is all of our caregivers are focused, called into action. We stood up our incident command process. Everything is functioning exactly as it should be. Like I said, we planned for these things. We did a mass casualty incident that some of you actually covered just a few weeks ago that was for this type of situation. So again, we plan for these things. We hope to never use it, but there are times that we need to, and this is one of those days, unfortunately.
And with regard to St. A's, this is the closest, I'm guessing, level 1 trauma center to where this incident occurred?
That's correct.
Can you talk about that and how you operate and the kinds of victims you see from mountain communities?
Sure, this is the closest level 1 trauma center to the Evergreen community and to all of our mountain communities to the west of us up the I-70 corridor. Being a level 1 trauma center means having the ability to care for the most acute, most severely injured patients that exist. So that's why we're here. Flight for Life Colorado was started at this hospital. It's the oldest air medical program in the country. They are in there helping hands-on right now. Our flight team is helping, as they always do when we have casualties that come in from trauma situations. So everything is functioning exactly as it should.
Are these patients Flight for Life? Yeah.
No, I believe these all came in via ground. However, Flight for Life is more than the helicopters. They provide EMS for, we have ground, we have planes, we have helicopters.
Can you clear something up for me
Please.
real quick? Are all all of these patients are, all of them were shot?
That's correct. Yes, each of the victims that we have sustained gunshot wounds.
How many times? Do we know?
I don't know that information.
Do you know if families are here?
There are some families that are here and that are starting to come, and you can imagine for the rest of the families at the school, they're trying to figure out where do I need to be and is my child okay? So all that's happening. We're trying to coordinate between the sheriff's office, the school district, and our team here.
Is the hospital still working to get in touch with families?
We're working to take care of the patients that are here right now. These are not the only patients here, obviously. We have hundreds of other patients in the building right now. So that's our primary focus, is to make sure we're taking good care of the community. Of course, communicating with the families and partnering with our communications team, our behavioral health team, our outreach teams, all of those folks, our chaplains, are all there to help support the families as well.
Kevin, another clarifying question.
Yeah.
You said that, it's all hands on deck in the hospital. You train for these situations. Can you tell us, of the 3 patients, are they all in emergency in operating rooms at the time? Is that
So they are all 3 victims are either in the emergency department or in the operating room presently right now. Yes.
Do any of them have self-inflicted gunshot wounds?
I don't know that at this time.
Thank you.
Good for now. Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
That was Kevin Cullinan. That was Kevin Cullinan, the CEO of St. Anthony Hospital, hospital executive by trade, not a doc. A hospital executive talking about how they reacted today to a scenario that they have trained for just within the last couple of weeks. You heard our Jeremy Hohola get important clarification there that, in fact, all 3 people transported to St. A's were shot. And we know from the sheriff's office that all were students, and that some of their families are there, but they weren't even certain if all 3 of those families had been notified as word begins to spread about what happened at Evergreen High School.
And then they talked about the fact they had just done one of these mass casualty sessions where they practice, and they often invite us to be a part of something like that to see how they respond to a mass casualty event. You remember distinctly after the Aurora Theater shooting, what changed? Because you have to have a response for something like this.
You have to have a response for it. And I remember I was talking to my brother, who's an emergency room doctor here in town. And he talks about the idea of like a level 1 trauma center. Think of it as just like that's the place where people go. That's they can basically handle any and all sort of problems, and they can get to those problems quickly. That's what's key. They're at a level 1 trauma center. They're where they need to be. But having to deal with like 3 gunshot wound victims, that's a lot in a short period of time. It doesn't matter that it's a level 1 trauma center. It matters you're dealing with 3 very critically injured patients.
Yeah, and presumably there's other people there with other critical needs at the same time. Yeah. Right. Let's get out to our Jennifer Meckles. She's at the family reunification setup at Bergen Meadow Elementary.
We're having a hard time.
We're actually going to pause there for a second. Yeah, this actually might be a good time to mention that for folks who are tuning in to watch the situation in Jefferson County, that this is not the only high-profile shooting that has happened in America today. The well-known conservative influencer Charlie Kirk was shot at a public event in Utah this morning. He was speaking at Utah Valley, as he often does on college campuses around the country. He was actually debating the issue of America's mass shootings with somebody in the audience at the time in which he was shot in the neck. And he has been critically injured. There's no update on his condition, but a number of Americans close to politics on every side of the political spectrum are condemning political violence today with the shooting of Charlie Kirk, the Turning Point USA organizer, very prominent voice on kind of the right wing of American politics, very closely associated with President Donald Trump and the Trump administration. Kirk has spoken on college campuses in Colorado before, I think somewhat recently at CSU. That's what he does. He goes around the country and he talks to conservative audiences and he debates liberals and so on and so forth. But Charlie Kirk shot and critically injured at an event at a college in Utah today, right around the same time that there was a shooting at Evergreen High School.
Yeah, if you were watching national news, you were hearing about that. We want to talk to Jennifer Meckles, who is at one of the reunification centers. And Jenny, you have seen parents right now that are frantic just to see their child and touch their child under a circumstance like this.
Yeah, Kim, we're at Bergen Elementary in the Evergreen area, and we just got here. Getting through Evergreen, as you know, as you've been hearing from other people, very challenging. We've just arrived on scene. I haven't had a chance to speak at length with any parents yet, but this parking lot is full. Not just the parking spots, guys. Every available space. Over my shoulder, you can see this parking lot of the school, the reunification center where families will be reunited, where the students will be coming from the high school. A lot of people standing around and waiting. We've only seen, since I've been here, maybe 10 minutes, one school bus come through with a number of what looked like young people on board. We haven't had a chance to see, to chat with any of them yet, but this is kind of the, I hate to say common practice, but in situations like this, they move families off-site to a different location so that they can bring them safely to reunify with their kids when this happens at a different location like a school. And something we've seen a number of times, unfortunately, in Colorado. So this is the place the parents come and they wait nervously to reunite with their kiddo, make sure their kid's okay. We haven't had a chance again to speak with any parents yet. That's the next thing I'm going to do here, but I can tell you very busy, just like kind of a little frantic in the parking lot. They've got police officers kind of guiding traffic into this parking lot for people to reunite with their kids.
So tough for so many parents that are working parents that work in the Denver area, and they're trying to get to Evergreen. I mean, even with kids and their phones right now, you can communicate, but it's nothing like seeing your child at this moment.
It's interesting that the initial reunification center was at Wilmot Elementary School, which is very, very close to Evergreen High School. That's why they made the decision to move it out. Clearly, because it was so close, it was within the scene, and they don't want people getting that close to the school just for logistical purposes.
So you don't think we should read into anything about a potential threat in the area? You think it's just a logistical?
It seems to me, based upon the location of the two, it is in close proximity to the high school itself, so it would make sense for them to try to move it away to another location.
Look at those cars just lined up.
Yeah, and we've seen nothing in the hour or so that the Sky 9 has been over the area or was over the area that suggested that they perceived a continuing active threat to the community. We're showing you some images of a Sky 9 from a moment ago, because my understanding is that they put in a flight restriction directly over the high school. Law enforcement drones are up, per our Angeline McCall, who's in the area, so they need room to safely operate, so that's fine. So our chopper will move back and give them the room to do so. But that's the reason why you're seeing some images from Sky 9 that are not live, but are from a moment ago.
Yeah. It's such an expansive area. And the elementary school is close, the middle school is close. They're all very, very connected.
Yeah, with a few roads to get in and out. It's a mountain community. It's what they always worry about with a fire in the area for Evergreen, for example. There's just lots of places to get in and out. When parents are frantic to get in, along with law enforcement, you're going to have a lot of those choke points, and that's clearly what you're seeing right now.
I believe we have our Jaleesa Arizari up there. Is that what I just heard?
North of the school? Is that where you are, Jaleesa?
Yeah, we're on the north side of Evergreen High School right now, just behind the football field. I'm going to step out of the shot just so you can get a better view, but we've seen quite a few law enforcement officers here. We saw a number of what appeared to be SWAT officials sweeping the football field area, and at one point we did hear a dog bark and a couple of SWAT officials kind of run off the field towards the stairwell. Not sure what they found there, but we hiked up here, and on our way up here we did stop and talk to one of the students that was inside the high school at the time. He did not want to speak on camera, but said he heard about 5 to 6 shots. He believes it happened inside the high school, not entirely sure. His twin said he was in the lunchroom at the time and thought that it happened inside the gymnasium. Again, not entirely sure, but they did hear a number of gunshots. Obviously quite shaken, quite scared over what happened, really traumatized and concerned. Mom was there to pick him up. She clearly was incredibly nervous and scared for her children here. Obviously a really troubling time here at Evergreen High School. We were seeing that obviously officials are still sweeping this area, trying to make sure everything is safe and secure. A lot of worried people out here.
Absolutely understandable. Appreciate your perspective from there.
Yeah, and you hear already, we're hearing a little bit of a different story based on what initial reports were where the shots were fired. How many shots? Was it in the gym? Was it outside the gym? Was it in a parking lot? This is just going to take time.
So common in these situations, though.
Yeah.
I remember covering the Aurora Theater shooting, and there was initially that idea that there were 2 shooters. There's lots of confusion in these moments because you can imagine when this chaos is unfolding in front of your eyes, people will remember all sorts of different things being under that level of stress, and so it leads to some confusion. It's also why right now you're seeing law enforcement sweep the area. Again, all of this is very, very standard because they sort of start in from the school and they start to spread out from there. This is all very standard. It's why they need a lot of law enforcement on the scene right now just to do that.
And when you talk about the parking lot, they'll go through these cars. That's why so often people say, I couldn't even get to my car. And I was just an innocent victim here. I couldn't get to my car for days. That's what they'll have to do. They'll have to go through every single car.
And you start to look for law enforcement, start to zeroing in on a car, for example, in the parking lot. Those are the types of clues that you sort of look for in these situations to tell you what precisely is going on.
Yeah, they certainly do have a lot of resources that they can bring to bear on the situation due to the number of folks who turned up there in the immediate aftermath of the shooting from the law enforcement community. Let's listen to Jeffco Sheriff's Office spokeswoman Jackie Kelly talk about that.
I understand the worry and the concern. Like I said, the entire metro area came up here to help. A lot of them self-deployed, and we sure appreciate it because you don't know what you have until you get here. But there's got to be over 100, for sure, over 100, maybe a couple hundred cops here right now.
So one of the safest places in Colorado to be at the very moment, sadly, as there's so many law enforcement officers there. So right now, we know that students are being moved. The hundreds of students there from Evergreen High School are being moved over to Bergen Meadow Elementary on South Highwan Drive. That is where families are going to be able to reunite with students. That is presumably where we're going to begin to hear some of the first student accounts of what happened, and possibly some parents who decide to share what their students have shared with them, and then we can begin to intermesh that with what we have heard from law enforcement and what we have heard from the hospital as well. What we know for certain at this point, to the best that we can, is that there was a shooting shortly after noon at Evergreen High School today, and the volume of calls coming in from the school let law enforcement know that this was not a misunderstanding or a mistaken report, but this was a true emergency, and they were able to respond as such quickly at 12:24 this afternoon when those calls first started coming in, and that 3 students have been shot, and that those 3 students have been taken by ambulance to St. Anthony Hospital. One thing that remains unclear is the status of victims versus suspect. If you're just joining us, we have not seen anything in the time that our crews have been there on the scene or Sky 9 overhead that suggests that law enforcement believes that there is a continuing active threat to the community. They have not been willing to come out and say one of any number of scenarios, right, that that the suspect has been neutralized by his or her own hand or by law enforcement, or that the suspect is one of the 3 students taken to St. Anthony Hospital. Those remain possibilities. We simply don't know yet, and they haven't said one way or the other, but nothing suggests that they think that there is continuing danger to people at that school building or in the surrounding Evergreen community.
Kyle, I also think what's important, what we heard from the CEO of St. A's, and I want to repeat it just because these situations can be sort of very confusing in the beginning. I think it's important. That CEO mentioned that there's 3 victims. Right. That's what we heard early on, and there's always the worry that that number is going to go up and down, and as of right now, that number has stayed really consistent for the last hour or so. If you look for some sort of inkling of good news in a situation like this, that's it. We've got 3. We know they're critically injured. We know that the hospital staff is working feverishly on all 3 of them. But at least we're not talking about another sort of additional victims who may be going to other hospitals. That's a thing. There's been no word of that as of now.
That's our worst nightmare under these circumstances. It is going to just take a long time, though, to get those students. When you're talking close to 1,000 kids at a school in a bus and releasing them room by room, because that's what they will do, to get them through that reunification center. So it's going to be some very stressful hours for parents and family members who continue to say, I've got a nephew, I've got a niece, I've got a friend, I've got somebody that's up there, before they're going to actually know.
You know what we haven't seen from the aerial views of Sky 9 right now is any sort of clear-cut crime scene outside as well.
So that's interesting.
That tells you that maybe perhaps everything, because there was initially that idea that maybe there were 2 locations, maybe outside, inside. We've not seen, I'm not saying that's not the case, but what I am saying is we're not seeing any evidence of that, because you would start to see crime scene techs and other people working on the outside with crime scene tape. We have not seen any evidence of that as of now.
We are expecting another update from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office before too long here. When they last left us, which was probably 30 minutes ago, they said that they expected to be able to return soon with information, and specifically around the idea of the suspect, that they hope to come back with that information shortly. So we know that Jeffco Sheriff's Office is going to be the lead on this investigation, with support from a number of other local agencies. The governor has also pledged whatever resources are needed from the state level. In terms of the federal government, the ATF has said that they are responding and they are involved as well. But when Chris and I began our discussion of this around an hour ago, we talked about the sad expertise that Jefferson County Sheriff's Office has with this, but expertise nonetheless in terms of preparing schools for dealing with situations like this, in terms of preparing students and families, and then in terms of responding to situations where violence happens. There's probably not another law enforcement agency in Colorado that has that kind of unwanted expertise, right? Or has been called upon so frequently by other communities to share their learnings over the years to protect others.
Because they were so harshly criticized. And they were held, there were so many questions about what they did. And the Columbine situation was the first, and in many people's eyes, nobody had seen anything quite like that. They were harshly criticized for their response. It took them years to really evaluate what they did and how they did it. And if you think back on that, that was an enormous crime scene, and you also had explosives, and this has shown up in many of these shootings as well. And they have learned.
And you had law enforcement interaction with the shooters beforehand, which really start to come out in a trickle. And that's really now you start to work backwards. That's what law enforcement does now is, okay, presuming maybe they have the identity of the shooter, oftentimes they will by this point, and then they work backwards. Where was this person throughout the day? There'll be a search warrant on this person's home, those types of things that start to happen. And they go back in time to figure out internet searches, talking to other people, sort of figuring what happened that sort of led to this. And Kim, you're right. A lot of these situations, it doesn't just come out of nowhere. No. That people don't just snap and decide one day they're going to go to a school and do something like this. These are often well thought out plans. These are ideas that oftentimes, not saying it's the case here, but oftentimes are thought out for weeks, if not months. It'll be interesting to see as they go back in time what they now find out.
And when you talk about East High School and we talk about Arapahoe High School, there's a lot of pressure on school leaders too now. School leaders to evaluate what they know, what they don't know, how they screen students that come into their schools. What are you seeing right now, Chris?
Well, it's just interesting. I presume this is a live shot of the football field and the law enforcement presence. You saw law enforcement officers walking around with long guns. So this is, it's not necessarily active, but this is an active investigation now, and that means they're sort of looking all over the campus.
Yeah, my mind also goes to the 3 families that got a call that their student is at St. Anthony and are asked to rush there. And the potential, we don't know yet, but the potential that one of those families is then also told by law enforcement that they believe that their child could have been the assailant, and this is something that happens in these situations, right? That families get notification that something horrible has happened, please come, and then other families get the notification on top of that it could have been their own child who did this. And when I listened to Kevin Cullinan, the CEO of St. Anthony, say, well, some of the families are here, right? As they start to come in, that you're going to have 3 families that are just beset by grief, with the possibility that another family is dealing with something else entirely. And we've just, we've sadly seen that play out at school after school.
And we're going to talk to Evan Krugel. Where are you, Evan? We know we sent so many reporters at different locations around Evergreen High School. Can you tell us where you are and what you see?
Yeah, Kim, so we're on the north side of the school. This is where the football field is, right along Buffalo Park Road. So this is on the back side of the school with the main entrance off here to the west side. We've seen officers going throughout this back area through the football field with a K-9 unit and recently put up some crime tape back here on the back side of the school. You heard Chris Vanderveen talking about how at this point we haven't seen necessarily any sort of active crime scene. This is the first sort of tape we've seen put up anywhere on the backside, on the actual outside of the school. And he mentioned not necessarily an active scene in terms of heightened alert presence from officers, but definitely an active investigation. This is quite common to see them doing a full sweep of the property following something like this, just to make sure that nothing is missed. So we've seen officers with long guns walking up and down the football field, going into this long grass, and essentially just doing a full canvass of the backside of this school. We've also seen some parents walking up and down Buffalo Park Road, trying to get to their students. They've been told they cannot get into the parking lot to see students, and instead they've been sent back down towards downtown Evergreen. So a note to parents trying to get in, they are being turned away in the parking lot and being asked to go down to the reunification area that we've spoke about earlier. We've seen a couple of school buses go by with students on, and recently one went back again. And as we turn our attention now, you can see those SWAT units essentially walking back up towards the football field as that active sweep of this property continues. Guys?
Evan, for those of us that have ever been there, or to the baseball fields as well, they sit down. So you're talking those stairs they go down to, but there is all that like sagebrush and open grass area around the football field, if I remember right. It looks like that's what they're searching.
Yeah, and that's interesting to note. What Evan's seeing right there is that you have, it is impossible to sort of speculate precisely what's going on with that, but a lot of this, again, is expected, but it will be interesting to see if that crime scene tape starts to expand a little bit and you start to see an expansion of the potential crime scene and where things taking place outside that maybe we don't know about right now.
Yeah, well, that was the first thing you had asked, if there was any kind of a crime scene, and now Evan has seen that, at least, in that area. Looks like one of the response vehicles just leaving.
So I want to clarify here, and if we could clarify this on screen as well. We know that there were 3 students shot and taken to St. Anthony. We have no indication that there are any injuries beyond that. Now, certainly there could be minor injuries that would go someplace else other than St. A's, being the level 1 trauma center. But at this point, just for clarity's sake, we have no indication of injuries to anyone beyond the 3 students. But all 3 of the students who were taken to the hospital did have very serious injuries. They came in critical, which simply means that their vital signs are not stable. So, we hope to get a report on their conditions, and that'll kind of be the more telling report about the seriousness of their situations, because a lot of people come to the hospital, especially a trauma center, in that condition, and some of them can be quickly attended to, and then some of them have more serious injuries.
And
so we'll wait for that second.
They said all 3 shot, so if in fact one of them turns out to be the suspected shooter, that person was also shot. And that's an important note, is whether these are all 3 students that, it doesn't appear that there's an active search for a shooter that's somewhere out there. They certainly haven't said that, given no indications of that. So we're just waiting to find out who those 3 people are. We still don't even know exactly where this shooting took place.
No,
Was it outside or
I think there's been a lot of thought that perhaps it took place inside now, based upon what Jackie Kelly said from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. But, I want to be precise in terms of the verbiage, the wording that we use, because there are things that we know and there are things that we don't know. And there's still a lot of things that we don't know at this hour.
Shooter, we don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, the last time that we heard from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, they were being very cautious in the way that they talked about the suspect, suspect versus suspects, not willing to say like in custody or in control or neutralized or anything like that. Just simply, we hope to have information for you on that soon. But if you're just joining us, we should be clear, in the last hour to hour and a half that we've had eyes up there, we have not seen anything that suggests that there's a continuing threat to the community. We're just looking to sort out beyond that what that means, because another piece of the puzzle that we don't have at this early hour is what led to the end of whatever happened, right? We know that there was a shooting shortly after noon at Evergreen High School, that a multitude of calls came in from inside the building starting at 12:24 p.m. So we know that is about when the shooting started, and that is when the law enforcement response started, but we do not have information about what led to a conclusion of that incident, and that will be important to know as well, and that's something that we just simply don't have information about at this point.
And they started to release the students well over an hour ago, if I'm right in timing.
Yeah,
so
it was interesting.
They realized fairly quickly then that they were not at risk, the students that were in lockdown.
We didn't necessarily see that mass evacuation.
No.
Of students.
No.
Normally, you have a school that's got 1,000 students in it. That takes some time to get students out. We didn't necessarily see that as the response. And so I don't know what to make of that. I assume all students are out of the school now. But normally when even in situations where there wasn't an active shooter or there was a scare of an active shooter, they'll still evacuate the school. They'll go room to room. Presumably that's happening right now. But what's interesting to me is that you never saw that 1,000 kids leave in a short period of time.
Yeah. We're going to hear now from a neighbor in the area who has told us that he was able to shelter some of the young people who were fleeing from the school at the time of the shooting. This is his description of those events. We have not been able to speak to law enforcement about what he describes happening, but he has said that he was a witness to what happened. Let's listen. I'm sorry, pardon me. Don is with us. I'm sorry, I thought that we had Don on tape. My apologies. Don, again, tell us where you are in proximity to the school and what you saw happen today.
Sure. Good afternoon. We live maybe about 300 yards from Evergreen High School, so just down Olive Road, and that's kind of a dirt single road that a lot of the kids use to drive back and forth to school. It was probably shortly after I had finished eating lunch, around 12:30 or so, and all of a sudden there was just this pounding on our front door. And I could tell by the pounding that something bad had happened. I figured maybe there was an accident out on the road in front of here. But when I opened the door, there was about 7 young men, and they were screaming, "There's a shooter up at the school. There's a shooter up at the school. Let us in, please." And I said, yeah, get in here quick, shelter. And following them was probably about another 10 kids or so. So we had a total, I took all their names down, we wrote up a list, and we had a total of 18 and 1 adult. So there was about 15 boys and 3 girls. And I just told them to stay here where they're safe, and until we figured out what was going on. And it wasn't shortly after that we started to hear police sirens heading up there. I couldn't get a lot out of the students. And again, who knows what they saw or experienced. But I do know one of the young men told me that he heard gunshots. The young man who told me this, was in the cafeteria at the time. And he said they just bolted out the cafeteria doors and just scattered and ran for any house that was available that somebody was home at. One of the problems we have, and I think one of the reasons why law enforcement is still combing the area, is we've got a lot of wild open land up here full of ponderosas. Just to the, I guess you'd say, southeast of the school. So I think a lot of students ran up there for protection, were hiding in the woods too.
Yeah, that's interesting perspective,
That makes
Don.
sense.
So when these young people came to you, the first question I was going to ask you is whether they chose to leave the school or whether somebody told them to leave. But it sounds like they just bolted for an exit when they had the opportunity. Did these kids did they have phones on them? Were they able to use your phone? Were they able to get in touch with their parents quickly?
Yeah, Kyle, that's exactly what we did. Is we asked them to go ahead and try and call their folks, let them know they're okay, but to please tell their parents not to come up here, because I knew right away that law enforcement was going to have this area absolutely surrounded and traffic would be a nightmare. So I was waiting to hear where there would be a collection area where parents could go in and reunify with the students. And, first we heard it was Wilcox Elementary, and I took some of the boys up there, but there was no way to get up the road there. And law enforcement told us to head back this direction. So eventually they decided to walk over to the library. By that time they had calmed down. They said, yeah, they felt safe. Their parents were going to pick them up. We had a couple of parents, though, who did drive up to our house and individually pick up their student. And so I went ahead and wrote down, names of who took who and that kind of thing. My wife has been a nurse of over 30 years. We're both retired, living up here in Evergreen. So her skills came in handy. She was able to calm these kids down, treat them for shock. We gave them some glasses of water. We comforted them. I had 25 years teaching teenagers too in public school. So I was familiar with lockdown drills and things like that. So, yeah, I hope they feel like they ran to the right house.
That's the first thing I thought of. They did run to the right house, and thank goodness you were there and to offer them that support. It sounds like you're even traumatized by experiencing that, by hearing them come running and banging on your door and asking for help under these circumstances.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary situation. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we didn't know if this shooter had followed them out, and was going through the woods or down the street here and shooting. But I think lots of my neighbors around here also did a wonderful job of giving shelter to any of these young men and young women. I just feel so sorry for them. And obviously, I'm praying for those 3 families and for their 3 kids. It's just a horrible thing to happen on this Wednesday today. And, we live up here in Evergreen. Evergreen's supposed to be this, beautiful kind of secluded area and peaceful and calm. And yeah, not today.
It's a special spot. It really is. People choose to live there for a reason. And that's just, Evergreen is beautiful. It's just a beautiful place.
Yeah, we're so sorry this is happening in your community, Don, but so grateful that you and your wife were in that place to help comfort and care
And you were the
kids.
right people at the right time.
Yeah.
Given what your wife does and what you did, and to be there for them. I don't think you'll ever understand what it meant to those young people to have you open the door and bring them in and help them reach their parents.
And for their parents.
They were very appreciative.
Yes.
They all said thank you very much when they left here and everything. I said, well, of course, that's what we do. And again, like I said, many of my neighbors did the same thing too. So,
yeah. Don, can I ask you? You talked about how you first hear the kids knock on the door. They tell you what's going on. You get them inside the house, and then at some point you hear law enforcement coming up, and we know that there was just this massive response, both of people who were dispatched and then other folks who heard the call and just came up the hill to help. Do you have any sense, given how chaotic this all was, of how long it was between the kids at your door and then hearing law enforcement in the neighborhood?
not really, and I apologize, but I was so focused on the kids.
Sure.
So
sure. No worries. I was just curious about that timeline. And again, you said that the students that you spoke with said that they heard gunshots. Did any of them represent anything to you about seeing anything, or just they heard something that they knew was danger and they were out?
Right. I did ask a couple of them because I thought if, law enforcement comes up here, they might want to have some sort of identification of who they think the shooter was. And I asked several students, did you know who the shooter was? Can you give me any sort of ID? And none of them could. They said they just heard shots. They just ran. So.
Well.
You talked about that dirt road and that whole area. You're very familiar how difficult it is to get in and around and how hard it was for those parents that are trying to rush to that scene as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Don Seigan, thank you so much for taking the time to share your perspective with us. Thank you for being there for those kids and for their families and for your community. Man, God bless you and your wife.
You're a hero to all of them.
Thank you for what you did today. And I know you're going to say that you and your neighbors just did what you needed to do, but you did though. You did though, and that meant everything to those families. I am certain of it. So, Don, thank you very much. Please thank your wife as well for us.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Take care.
You think of that, you always tell your kids, run to safety, run to safety, run to somebody